so different from our home. Then I realized all was heaven could be the source of my torment. Eyes allowing yourself to simplify the tears of
Hello, hello! Welcome in, everyone! It is so wonderful to see all of you, and thank you for coming for the next session of our Project Moon tabletop role-playing game. And the 4 L Corp department heads chased down the loan shark, Nero. They ran into the Taichu crew, standing in their way, fighting them alongside the help of a familiar face in the form of a fixer named Jay. They then ran across Los Mariachis, who were happy to let them pass, and cheered them on. Arriving at J Corp's warp train station, the managers took down Nero's henchmen with the assistance of a fixer named Miso. W Corp staff cordoned off the train being boarded due to the fighting, but Miix was able to pull Nero into a duel through the use of Snow Queen's ego gift. The 100 billion on recovered they prepared to deliver to the Eurodva, but before they could do so, the Ting Tang gang confronted them. Prior convinced the Ting Tang gang member to stand down, and in hushed voices both agreed to take a few swings so the leader could save face in front of his boys. But he drew blood, which led Kai to mercilessly eviscerate him. Prior snapped at Kai, angered that Kai thought killing someone who wasn't even a threat to them was what Prior would have wanted. The 4 returned to the RV after bringing the money to the Eurodva, and Kai broke down in the bathroom, where he heard a certain voice warm like the sun. Now distorted, Kai left the bathroom, causing the others to have to react. Prior called on the Queen of Hatred from back in their L Corp facility to take Yuna and the Tearful Thing both to safety so they wouldn't get caught up in the fighting. The managers managed to calm Kai down and pull him from his distortion. But before they all had a chance to relax, the She assassins who had been after them, contracted by K Corp, attacked. One of them taking Magic Bullet from Merru, being able to wield the ego weapon, as Surfacians offered Merru a revision to their contract, which Merru refused. The managers did manage, however, to beat the She and drive them off, and Queen of Hatred returned with Yuna and the Tearful Thing. Although covered in blood, likely having teleported into a battle somewhere, she agreed to leave in a good mood, and now the 4 of them are left to deal with the aftermath of Kai's distortion and the fight against the She. Miix, why don't you introduce yourself?
Of course. Hello, everybody. I am Miix, a Wandering Storm Dragon VTuber, and I play the eponymous Miix, the department head of the information team. And Manager Mix, at the moment, just to give a little heads up on how they're doing, they are tired for sure. I think at this point they are exhausted. All the things that they've been through are starting to catch up to them, and we'll see how they deal with that throughout the session. Will they be able to deal well, or will they revert back into their shell? Guess we'll just have to wait and see.
And Merru, why don't you
Yes.
introduce yourself?
Sure thing. Hello. I am the VTuber Merru Online. And I'm playing the control team department head Merru. Currently he's kind of just sort of taking everything in. I mean, they just kind of, I believe, got back inside to the RV. I mean, the RV is kind of a mess, which in Meru's mind probably really isn't the biggest deal as long as the RV is still functioning, which it seems to be. So that's fine, but he is a bit stressed out all the same. And his magic bullet rifle feels heavy in his hands as he thinks back to how his weapon had been temporarily stolen from him, and how Der Freyschütz allowed that weapon to be fired at him. But, you know, he survived. They all survived. So that means it's fine. He survived another day. So he is okay. And that's how he's doing.
Yes. And next up, Prior.
Hello, everyone. My name is Prior, and I play Manager Prior of the training team. It's been an emotional day for Prior, we can certainly say. He almost lost someone very dear to him to the same phenomenon that once struck him, and even despite the fact that he still feels this intense satisfaction for the good they were able to do for the EuroDVA, and they have, by all accounts, won, it still feels like there's so much cleanup left to do. It's not quite time to sit back and celebrate their victory. And so he's trying to just keep his wits about him, at least until he can finally take that deep breath out he's been waiting to take for a while.
And that brings us to Kai.
Hi, my name is Kai Calypso. I play the safety team department head, or manager Kai. Kai is fresh out of a distortion, and I mean, was involved in a second fight immediately following, but I believe he's still pretty... or he's pulling himself out of it, I suppose. He definitely woke up a bit dazed, as he doesn't remember most of what happened. All he knows is that, he remembers crying, and then that's about it. He lost control, he hurt the people that he loves and cares about, and, that's something that deeply matters to him, but he also knows that he has to move forward and atone for what he's done by being the support that he feels he failed to be before.
And so, managers, you find yourselves in the RV. Having returned there, the place is a mess. There are splinters everywhere. You can see the walls they've hit, the furniture in the RV that they've hit and destroyed. Yuna still looks very shaken by what's happened. The drone seems a bit oblivious, but concerned as it flips around all of you, the light blinking and it making soft beeps. And you all have a moment to catch your breaths, tend to your wounds, and talk.
So, how is... Pryor looks like he wants to start barking orders, anything to get some word out of the oppressive silence, but he actually steels himself. You feel that urge run through him, and he tries to take on a slightly softer tone of voice. Is anyone severely injured? How is everyone?
I'm fine now, so no problems here anymore.
I'm doing better after waking up.
I have a pounding headache.
Pryor does nod and say, corrosion always takes it out of you. I'm glad we were able to pull you out, and if your distortion was anything like mine, Kai, I imagine you don't have any memories of anything specifically that happened.
Some vague recollection of being spoken to, but no specifics, no. And then he kind of looks around the RV and sees all the splinters, and he goes, but clearly this wasn't all done outside. And he'll turn to Miix and go, sorry about this.
Miix just rubs their temple and grunts. Thinking about the cost of repairs.
Property can be replaced. People can't.
Kai nods at that.
I'm sorry you had to... Assigning blame doesn't do anyone any good, but I am truly sorry that your emotions reached such a crescendo. I remember what a great relief it was to be free of that weight on my shoulders, but how do you feel now, Kai?
And Kai kind of takes stock of himself, because I don't think that he has thought about how he feels yet, so he's quiet for a bit before saying, I feel, I suppose, lighter. There was, I don't know what you might have seen, and he kind of looks around. I don't know how, he doesn't know how specific he should get in terms of what he remembers from his distortion. I don't know if you saw anything like I did, but I think I feel different. I feel I think it's something I'll have to go through and process, but I'm better. At the least.
Prior doesn't pry any more than that. He just nods his head. Glad to hear you're feeling slightly more like yourself.
I'm glad I didn't kill any of you.
Have a little faith in our capabilities. Still, we're gonna have to replace all the damage. I don't think the she spotted the tearful thing or Yuna. It was close, but none of the damage was permanent. I think we made it out of that one by the skin of our teeth, but we made it. Prior sort of looks around and gauges the room if anyone else is biting to say anything.
Well, made it through. That's what matters, I guess.
Prior nods his head. And looking back at Kai, he recognizes that Kai said he needed some time to process this, which means lingering on the topic is maybe not the healthiest thing to do right now. So he clears his throat, and stepping over to the table, he flips through his paper and continues on. I think we have to address the abnormality in the room. The she, and their continuous and constant attacks on us. They are terrifying, deadly ambush fighters. And worse than that, they are exceptionally talented at slipping out of danger. They never overcommit. The moment that the fighting is turned against them, they escape. They always leave us too caught on the back foot to give pursuit. We haven't formally discussed them, but I imagine everyone here is familiar with the She Association.
Mm-hmm. I at least am.
I would presume that Kai is, as for having worked under Prior, so.
Prior does look at Yuna.
Yuna's been quiet up till now, but when Prior looks to them, Yuna nods and says, "Yeah, no, I know the she. I mean, I've never, worked with the she before, but I've heard of the association. I'm not surprised." He started saying the director, then stops and says, "I'm not surprised Alfonso has those sort of connections. They're known for their swift, covert assassinations."
The last fight, though, taught me a very important thing. They are not trying to kill us. I considered why for a while, and then I remembered.
Oh?
Yuna,
Yeah.
why were you instructed to push us to our limits in K Corp and not just have the guards shoot us to death with decay ampules?
Yuna kind of grimaces at that and remembering, and then lets out a sigh and just goes, "Ego. If we
Exactly.
want to retrieve your ego, it's not any that we can replicate without the... Frankly, even if we did have the abnormality it was extracted from, I'm pretty sure we still wouldn't know the process. At least unless that info is classified and above me, but...
I doubt you could do it as well as LobCorp either way.
Well, I mean, Yuna looks like they want to argue on that, like, if they have the information, but then they kind of just shut their mouth and realize maybe that now isn't the time for that.
Prior nods, and he does give Yuna a faint, like, knowing smirk, and however, his face quickly stretches back to his passive neutral frown. They want our knowledge and they want our ego, and that is the only reason we haven't been beheaded from the shadows.
Yeah.
They've been fighting with a handicap, and they are still significantly above us. Now, the good news is this does prove my theory that Alfonso doesn't know everything. He would have sent someone more capable than the she if she understood. He gestures towards the tearful thing. They weren't after it, and they weren't after you, which tells me we successfully managed to pull one over on her.
Let's hope that's the case. Yuna still looks uncertain, but they seem a bit relieved, if that's true.
Cracking his neck, Prior looks and says, however, they have now failed 3 times to successfully ambush and bring us back. I have a feeling that one of 2 possibilities will happen. There's one that's really good for us and one that's really bad. The best possible solution is Alfonso gives up because we've proven to be more trouble than we're worth, and as far as the she have to report, we've just been running around J Corp causing problems. As we get further away, we'll become more of a problem for the she to track down. And at a certain point, why pay for a contract that's just going to eventually end up being a headache? Or 2, she's gonna up the price and pay more for better, faster, stronger assassins. Unfortunately, from what I know of K Corp, their resources are effectively endless.
They are the safest nest for a reason.
All we can do is continue to prepare ourselves. We have to keep in mind the possibility that the she will continue to pursue us. And we have to keep moving. K Corp isn't the head. Their information is limited, and if we can move far enough away from K Corp, we can hopefully move outside their sphere of influence and lose the she assassins in the chase.
It seems to be our best bet. N Corp might have been doing things in K Corp, but that was agreed upon terms. If K Corp reaches too far into the other wings, well, things could get messy. And I don't think they want to risk letting it slip just why they're after the 4 of you.
Even with the limited knowledge we have, pursuing us might just run us into the arms of another wing. We can play on that maybe. But either way, Pryor does actually walk over to what remains of their kitchen and pour Miix a glass of water. And as he's speaking, he actually walks over and offers it to Miix. Here, for your headache.
Thanks. And Miix will take it.
I've noticed something about our egos, actually.
What's that?
Yuna looks intrigued. Obviously, you're not talking about their ego given their lack of one, but it's clear there's still some of that J Corp researcher.
Have you ever noticed how temperamental our gear is?
Yes.
From
Not
everything I've
surprised you,
heard, everything I've observed, these were supposed to be the exact kind of defects that L Corp had ironed out. The constant teetering on the edge of the shell consuming you. This gear was supposed to be far more stable than that. Maybe it's because we're pushing our gear to the limits. But from what I had heard and what I had known, perhaps it's a conversation for Ange when we get back to the facility, no?
It's curious, yeah.
We seem to have stronger relationships with certain abnormalities than most people were expected to have.
That could be a factor. There's a lot about ego that we don't understand. Though, Merru. I'm curious. And I mean this with no offense. I always assumed that old 7th Bullet wouldn't let anyone else wield his gear but you. Have you ever seen another agent in the facility using Magic Bullet?
For as long as I've been in L Corp, no, I don't know of anybody before me who... I mean, perhaps there was somebody before I joined the corporation, but as far as I'm aware, Miss Ange, one day, she forced me to wield it. And I've used it ever since, and that was pretty early on into my time as an agent. So, make with that what you will, I suppose.
For what it's worth, I'm shocked as well. That they could use Magic Bullet, that is.
Yeah.
When...
I wasn't expecting that necessarily to happen, but...
They didn't just use it, they used it without... It didn't backfire as much as it could have.
It didn't seem to be a very ironed out contract of sorts, so I don't think they could have used it for much longer than they did.
That's true. The only reason I was able to use it was because you were right there with me. I guess I was just surprised that something like that could even happen.
Well, the more you know, I guess.
Regardless, assuming that the revolutionaries held up to their end of the deal, we have to clean up the RV as best we can, gather ourselves, and head out. Let's try and do a full assessment on the damage. Might save us a little bit of on having to have them go and do the assessment if we can identify it all ourselves.
Yeah.
All right. Meeting adjourned. Don't forget we did a very good thing today. Despite everything, we're in a good position. We have our winnings. We've helped J Corp. Terrible man is no longer going to be able to hurt innocents. And if everything goes well, we'll save an innocent from an unfair captivity and get everything we need to continue our journey. We should each be incredibly proud of ourselves. All right, I'll stop talking. You're all ears off. Pryor scratches the back of his head, and he's going to sort of hang around the back of the RV for a moment, and he's going to start assessing the damage, starting in the bathroom. The breakdown bathroom. Pryor needs to. Pryor just finished fixing it too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I will say, of all the places, the bathroom's probably the least damaged.
Yeah, it's probably just a little damage to the door, if anything.
Yes. The bathroom, the mirror is still intact. That you had fixed up from before. As you look around the bathroom, there's a bit of damage to the door. But aside from that, the mirror is, or not the mirror, the bathroom is relatively fine.
Yeah, the mirror is fine.
That's
Yeah.
good at least.
Yeah, the
I
distortion
was
did
just
not.
in there crying. There was no punching
My
mirrors.
RV.
Okay. I was
My
wondering.
RV.
Yeah, the distortion didn't do any damage to to the mirror, to any of the stuff. It actually, now that I think about it, because I think the wood kind of went out. So
Mhm.
considering it was facing away from the bathroom itself should be fine.
Mm. Cool.
The rest of the RV, however, is an issue.
I guess when the managers all get up to move away from being in a group, I will say this is just a small detail, but like as Miix gets up, I think Merru can probably see that they are closing a notebook that they had been writing in. And I think maybe Merru might be able to tell that Miix was taking notes during the Derfratians talk. But that will be that.
I mean, I guess Merru probably doesn't do more than potentially like raise a little eyebrow at that. I mean, he had told Miix that if they wanted to take notes on what he said, then they were free to. So he's not going to go back on that now. But he probably doesn't mention it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Does Pryor check out any other areas of the RV for assessing the damage?
Pryor does a loop around, but honestly, after the bathroom, he's kind of just trying to see. Actually, you know what? He's trying to see if he can pull Merru aside, or like find a moment that he gets to actually speak to Merru.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think when everyone kind of meeting was adjourned, he probably wasn't doing much, especially if Pryor initially went towards the bathroom. Merru couldn't go lock himself in the bathroom to go have his alone time to just sit there and do absolutely nothing. He probably is just kind of sitting around. He might honestly just kind of be cleaning Magic Bullet a bit, trying to get the cheese fingerprints off of his precious weapon. But yeah, so he's not really doing much if you want to pull him aside.
Yes, Pryor does pull Merru aside for a moment, and how he does so is he kind of comes up to Merru while Meru's cleaning Magic Bullet, and he does the thing he used to do where he just kind of awkwardly stands nearby, but after a moment he actually clears his throat and goes, Merru, could I have a word with you?
Merru will look up from what he's doing. He probably, low-key, probably sensed that prior, or at least someone had been standing there, but he was not going to raise his head until anyone said anything. So he'll raise his head and say, "Oh, you wanted to talk?"
Yeah. Yes, actually.
Sure.
He sort of looks at the gun, then at Merru, then at the gun again, and despite himself, Prior is really struggling. And then he just sort of says, I could tell that was a less than pleasant experience for you. You are very closely bonded to Defratius. I can't imagine how you felt betrayed, if nothing else.
Betrayed? Not well. Merru, he tilts his head a little from side to side as he doesn't know how he feels about the word bonded. He doesn't like the idea of being bonded to Defratius, even though it's kind of true. And he's just like, well, it's a bit. That might not be the best word. Betrayed. In Cowl, yes. Here, that was just punishment, I guess you could say. I went against my contract, and he was reminding me. It wasn't pleasant, no. It wasn't something I was happy about, but I can't exactly say this time that I felt betrayed. Can I ask, is there a reason you're mentioning this?
Prior's browsing. Prior's sort of browsing. It looks like he's like browsing the inside of his mind for some like word. His eyes kind of hit the ground and then the wall and then lock back onto Merru, and he tilts his head at like a 15-degree angle, like he's moving through a series of preset motions before he finally straightens himself out. I know we each have. No, dishonesty has never looked good on me. I wanted to commiserate with you. I feel that I've othered you at many times, Merru. Assumed we were so different as people that there were no common threads that linked us together. But even if you call it a punishment, these are beings, not humans, yes, but beings that we have worked with, that we've, in a part or a way, we rely on them. And when they harm us, whether they know it or not, maybe betrayal is the wrong word, but I feel as of late that a connection I thought was good for me might have been more toxic than I had realized. That Derfratius does not look out for your best interest. I do not think. And I wanted to see if you were okay. If this experience had caused any more distress, I feel that I have not done enough to make sure that the people around me are well. And perhaps I wanted to begin by understanding a connection that you had so deeply that I couldn't even begin to imagine what happened would mean to you.
Merru is very happy that he has Justicia covering his eyes, because he's just kind of staring wide-eyed at Prior. Every time he thinks he kind of knows what to expect whenever he talks to Prior lately, hasn't actually been what he thought was going to happen. So he's kind of silent for a little bit. And then stares down at Magic Bullet as he tries to gather his thoughts, and he just goes, I am okay. I mean, it's not something that, what happened isn't something that's going to make me unable to, you know, do my job properly. So I am fine. But and Merru, it's like he's trying to not how do I word this? Like he wants to say thank you for asking if I'm okay, but he's unable to actually speak those words. So he just kind of shrugs a little, and he goes, it's not something that I am going to let get to me, I guess. If that's what you're asking.
May I ask a follow-up question?
You may.
You have such... Your contract, you called it, yes? Your agreement.
Yes.
And that's all Derfratius is to you. A partner who provides you something, and in return, you fulfill a duty for them.
Well... yes. More or less. That's all I am to him. We only have this bond, as you say, because he gave me a gift, and Miss Ange forced me to wield the corresponding weapon and, you know, gear. And we made this contract because I needed something and he wanted something. And I mean, it's been long enough that we're kind of just stuck together. But he doesn't want to do what I want him to do, and I don't want to do what he wants me to do. But we have to. And I can't imagine that there's anything more than that on his end. So there's nothing more than that on my end, because that would be really stupid of me to let happen.
Kai's distortion taught me that I took for granted the people around me. You are wise beyond your years, Merru. A few rose petals fall from the crown of thorns, and Prior's eyes seem to have reached a new revelation. You have the right idea. It would be very stupid not to understand that they are not human. We cannot begin to understand their ways, but so long as we have people we can rely on, we can make the most of the gifts they bestow.
Right.
I know I am not the person who can be there for you if anything happens. I have lost that right, I think. But I will always be here, and I will do my best to remember to reach out.
Noted. Right.
Thank you, Merru, for all you've done for us. And Prior fixed himself with a small smile.
Merru will kind of like half just feeling awkward, half confused, will nod his head and kind of just be like, you're welcome.
Forgive me. All this. No. I've taken up enough of your time. Good luck maintaining your gear. I should go maintain mine.
Right. Yeah.
Prior does not notice the petals on the ground as he steps on them, turns, and walks away.
Merru does. And he feels like he probably should have mentioned something about that. But he doesn't.
And Prior will go back to assessing the damages and leave Merru to cleaning his ego gear. And I shall pass the scene aside if anyone else has anything they'd like to do.
Yes, well, those two are having their conversation. Hi, Miix. Is there anything the two of you get up to?
I was just going to ask if Kai could pull Miix aside.
Oh.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not the most private conversation in the world, so I guess wherever Miix is most comfortable.
Let's see.
If Kai was like, could we talk? Like, where would Miix pull him to?
It's a good question. I think if Mix were to be anywhere,
You can
they're
always ask
probably
Mr. DM
near.
if it's chill.
Yeah, Mr. DM,
Yes,
a question for you,
of course.
just to make sure, because I sometimes forget certain details. So just to make sure, could Mix feasibly say out, like, be like near the entrance or outside?
I would say that you two would probably know it's not a good idea to be venturing outside, especially alone.
Not yet.
That's
Okay.
fair.
No.
Yeah, we did just
I was
get
more
into a
so. That's real. No, that's real. Go ahead.
Yeah, you've driven off the she,
Mm.
but I imagine all of you know that
Mm-hmm.
given what just transpired, it's safer to stick to the RV when you're not in a
Mm.
group. So
Okay.
Mix is looking for a place away from the others. I imagine the front of the RV right now.
Mm.
There's probably no
Mm.
one near.
Yes. For now, they can't really. So I think Mix is probably in the front of the RV. They look visibly uncomfortable. Like, it's definitely a thing of Mix wants to go outside, because they don't feel like they have any real privacy right now. But yeah, they realize it's not a good idea, so they're sort of just fidgeting their hands while in the driver's seat.
Yeah, so Kai has climbed over into the passenger seat. You know, it's close enough to a little room to themselves. And he'll turn to Mix and say, I just wanted to say one-on-one, thank you. I genuinely, I don't remember much from when I was out, but I know I heard you, and I know that because of that, I managed to gain enough control over my own mind to give you all a chance to get me out of that void that I was stuck in. I just, you know, I wasn't sure how okay you would be talking about that in front of others, but I really did want you to know that I was grateful for everything that you did.
Mix is sat facing towards the wheel. They have their hands in their lap, wringing them. They have been since Kai approached them. They just, without looking at Kai, respond, "We all did our best to help you."
And Kai notices Mix's behavior, but, you know, it can be chalked up to discomfort about the subject matter, I feel, and Kai keeps pushing. Yes, everyone helped, and I do truly believe that. You know, of course, I'm not taking away from anyone else's efforts, but you got through to me, and that matters. And I just, you know, I wish I knew what you said, but it got me out of something I felt like I couldn't swim up from, and that meant a lot to me. And I just want you to know that that meant a lot to me, and that I would do the same for you in a heartbeat. But it, you know, you don't know that, but you still made an effort, and it's appreciated. Are you okay? I
Are
wasn't
you?
there. I'm working on it.
Okay.
You do know I'm grateful, right? And that you did a lot for me? I kind of tilts his head and looks at Mix.
I The three of us did our best.
Uh, I don't think Kai will push back too hard about that. It's just, I don't know. This seems like a touchy subject for Mix. He just doesn't get why. And still looking confused, he goes, "Yeah, you all did, but I'm thanking you. So thank you. If there isn't anything else, I don't know. I thought maybe you would." I wasn't there, and I don't remember everything, and I'm not sure if I did anything or what you said exactly. I just want you to know that you did something for me. That's all. If there's nothing else to say about it, that's okay too.
What do you want me to say?
I guess just acknowledging your part.
I did, didn't I?
It felt I no, Kai can do therapist speak randomly. It's not like he's aware of the repercussions. It felt a bit deflective, maybe. But that's your prerogative. I just wanted to say thank you. That's all.
X just stares ahead. Not really sure what to say.
Well, Kai will, slowly get up from the passenger seat, to walk into the rest of the RV to leave Mix alone with their thoughts, and say, thanks for being my friend.
Mix feels a lump in their throat and this spreading chill in their chest and the tightness as they realize that Kai is leaving. And they freeze up. In just a moment, they think about letting Kai just go or calling out to him. They're not sure what to do. and for a moment there's nothing, and then we see Miix stand up and turn around and say, "Wait, Kai." But then they blink and they're sat in the chair. They couldn't bring themselves to do that after all. And they just let Kai leave.
Pascal lets out a little beep and flies close to you. You're not sure if Pascal is trying to offer comfort or if Pascal is trying to get your attention to the little flips Pascal was doing. But Pascal hovers around you.
Miix just stares at Pascal for a moment.
It stares back.
They just look back down.
It sort of lets out a sad little beep. And, Miix, while you sit here with Pascal, Kai, where do you walk off to?
Okay, I remember prior Merru ending their conversation, so as Kai feels the need to thank / well, I mean, depending on who he's talking to, thank and apologize to everyone. He will try to find Merru to pull aside next.
Well, Merru's still in the same place that he was in before.
Fantastic. If Merru's cool with it, Kai will probably just approach him.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
Yeah. In Kai's mind, it's not quite as, I don't know. It doesn't feel as high stakes talking with Merru. Kai felt that he kind of crossed that bridge already when he told Merru, even if it was in vague terms, more about his past than he's probably talked to like anyone ever at all. So that, you know, there's certainly like a threshold that was crossed with Merru where Kai feels a little more comfortable just being straightforward with his feelings and thoughts. You know, he'll walk up to Merru, he'll kind of pull him aside, not to anywhere different than where he is, just like, you know, face to face. He'll say, I already spoke to Miix, and I have to gather my thoughts a little bit more before speaking to Prior, but I consider you a very close friend of mine. And I don't know everything that happened, but I hope seeing me like that wasn't I don't know, you know, it wasn't anyone's fault but my own that I ended up the way that I ended up. But I still hurt all of you in the process, and I don't want to hurt any of you, but knowing what you know, I can't help but feel that you could have felt like part of the... None of the blame is on... You did everything right.
Merru, he had, when Kai had approached him, he had kind of turned his attention to Kai. As Kai started speaking more about that topic in particular, Merru did briefly look away, because he did kind of feel like he could have, knowing what he knows, that he could have maybe helped to avoid the situation from happening in the first place. But he goes to maybe initially like open his mouth to try and not argue, but almost deny what Kai is saying. But then he stops himself, and instead he just goes, I am glad that you are okay. You're my friend too. And I'm just glad that we were able to handle the situation without us. And he kind of points his finger between Kai and himself, without us having to hurt each other. Really, you didn't really hurt me. If you were at all concerned about that, I'm fine, and I'm just glad that it didn't have to come to us hurting each other to help you get out of that state.
Kai's been holding back, like, because this is a very serious topic, but hearing Merru call them friends really meant a lot to him, and he's, a little excited to hear that, I guess you could say. I don't know that he can fully hide the smile in him speaking when he goes, I'm really glad I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad to know I didn't hurt you too bad, and it's not all about the physical. I wanted to, because we consider each other friends, I wanted to make sure that I hadn't hurt you emotionally by losing myself like I did, is all. And I wanted to apologize for when I spoke to you. I feel in hindsight that I did not give you much opportunity to say anything. I thought it was something I could work through by myself, and I just needed an outlet. And I didn't account for the fact that it's not like we just have all the time in the world to get over things, that our lives are at risk on a daily basis. It just kind of, I guess, slipped my mind. I thought that I would have moments of peace to deal with things, but things just kept piling up, and that's what led me where I was. I know that I confided in you. I just don't know that anyone could have done anything different. I think how I ended up was very much a product of my own way of thinking and outside factors that have absolutely nothing to do with us.
I see. I think initially when Kai was kind of unable to hide like the smile in his voice, Merru probably got a little embarrassed. So he's like not looking at Kai right now. He's once again not just glad that he has Justicia over his eyes. He's glad that he has his mask on, because he's a little embarrassed. But
Oh my god.
maybe a little.
OMG.
But he does. It's not like a chuckle, like he actually finds anything funny. He just goes, well, I mean, there's no peace in the city, but I'm glad that you think that I did what I could to help you. And if you are fine, then I am fine. So
I will be, and I think despite everything that happened, it was probably a first step. Well, a second step, I guess, after talking to you.
Right.
So, thank you. That's all. I didn't come over to make like a grand prior speech or anything. I just care about you. And wanted to know that you were okay.
Right. And once again, Merru's in a situation where he wants to say he doesn't know if he wants to say the words, yeah, I care about you too, Kai. If he doesn't say that, he briefly thinks it, and instead he just goes, right, yeah, good talk?
Good talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I will leave Merru to his own devices.
And Kai, as you leave Merru there, is there anything else that Merru does? Or feels?
Not particularly. He's kind of he likes doing this thing where he doesn't think. He kind of just he's been, you know, quote unquote cleaning his magic bullet rifle for a little while now. It's probably clean. He's going to keep cleaning it. Because it gives him something to do, so he doesn't have to think about anything. He's done enough thinking in those 2 conversations that he had. He's a little checked out for now.
And as he keeps cleaning at the already cleaned rifle, Kai, what do you do then?
Oh, actually,
Yes,
if I may cut in,
of course.
I think Pryor wants to track Kai down first.
Oh, absolutely. All right. Well then, Pryor. Please go right ahead.
Pryor's been sort of surveying the back of the RV, and he's been absorbed in his work, but every now and again he looks over his shoulder, and when he sees Kai not taken by anyone for a moment, he walks up and he tries his best to be more at ease when he folds his hands behind his back and says, "Would you mind if I stole you for a conversation?"
Kai probably jumps a little bit just hearing Pryor's voice, but you know, it's, while he doesn't know if he's ready to talk to him about everything that he thinks he might have to, he still does want to talk to Pryor. So he'll turn to Prior and he'll say, "Oh, yeah, what would you like to discuss?"
Prior checks the time. It's getting close to evening, I believe, correct? Or I believe it was later in the day. It wasn't bright and early in the morning.
Yes, at this point, it's probably late afternoon.
All right, that's well enough for Prior. Prior makes a gesture for Kai to walk with him to the back of the RV. Prior would like to scrounge through his items and say, "Don't tell everyone else, but a man does have to have his vices." And sort of looking to make sure that no one notices, he pulls out a bottle of alcohol. And he says, "Care to share a drink, old friend?"
Kai is always... sorry?
Prior says, "Not in excess, of course."
Kai has always been one to indulge, but if Prior says not in excess, then not in excess.
Prior.
Yeah.
Prior smiles, and he'll pull out 2 glasses and pour a drink for them both. Swirling it, he hands one to Kai and leans against the wall of the RV himself. The others don't fully get it, and I hope they never do, but you remember Miss Sunshine, don't you?
Kai is looking down and fiddling with his glass to be able to speak at a normal volume with Prior. When he says, the woman that spoke to me in the beginning? Yeah, I recall.
She was cheery and bright, like staring into a lamp even with your eyelids closed.
Yeah, she made me feel warm. You heard her too. I know you've talked about the voice. I didn't know what that was until today.
Feels so metaphorical when you tell it to other people, but it's like she knows everything about you, right? She knows exactly what to say at the moment that you need to hear it, but not in the way you need to hear it.
Yeah, I get that is a good way of putting it. Were you, I suppose, asking what she said to me, or, sorry, I just, I
You go, please.
I just, there are definitely things that I have to say, but when I think about them, I know that some of it's gonna, I just kind of woke up a few hours ago. I think I process things fast, but there's only so much. I want to be able to give you what you're asking for right now. So if you could be clear with me, I would appreciate it.
Prior sees Kai, and he knows Kai isn't looking directly at him, So he tries to relax his whole body language, so if he is anywhere in Kai's line of vision, Kai can at least see that. I know better right now, more than ever, that... No. I do not want to ask you for anything more than you want to give. I haven't told anyone exactly what Little Miss Light said to me, and if you don't want to talk about that, if that's something you want to keep between you and the light, I will respect that, but it has been a long time since it has been too long since I fulfilled my responsibility to take care of you as you have fulfilled. Just want to help you, Kai. And I don't know how, but I figured if nothing else, I could give you a drink and someone to talk to.
Kai, I would say Kai cracks a smile at that, and like, while he's not going to maintain eye contact with Prior, at the very least he'll look up at his face. When you called me old friend earlier, it was definitely an interesting thought. One that you expressed a bit earlier as well, that might be what you consider us to be, and it's not. Kai has to kind of gather his thoughts a little bit. You're very much someone that I care about, and someone that I trust implicitly. I never talked to you about anything that you could pick apart and figure out how to, as you say, help me with. So I don't think that you should shoulder any blame for that, but if that's what you want to be now, I might take you up on that. Probably have more to say a bit later, but for now, if you wanted to talk about what the lady that felt like the sun said, I'm willing to share that with you. If honesty is what would... I think it could be mutually beneficial if you agree with that.
I agree.
And Kai's not more so just to calm his nerves, probably does. How big is this drink? Is this like a scotch glass, or like what are we drinking?
We'll call it a scotch glass, but Prior has left the bottle on the table if Kai wants to top himself off.
Okay, cool. Kai probably finishes it all in one very quick swig, tops it off, doesn't drink a second glass just for the sake of being there. And after his face has stopped, after he stopped wincing from the taste of alcohol going down without anything to follow it, would you like to go first, or me? I'm not very acquainted to sharing thoughts. Usually just listening to them. So forgive me for my hesitance.
Nothing to apologize for. I guess I could go first. I was dying. On the ground, my organs spilling out, decaying, rotting, rebuilding themselves, just to decay again. That's when she came to me. When I realized I was alone. And she told me everything that was true. She didn't say anything that was a lie. In fact, she agreed with me. Or maybe it was that I agreed with her. Prior thinks back to that moment. Just kept asking me questions, guiding me towards the revelation I already knew was true. I was trying to understand it, trying to put my thoughts together as I thought I was experiencing the very last thoughts I'd ever had. I tried to understand where I went wrong, why I was alone, why at the very end I had reverted back to the man I didn't want to be anymore. And she asked me how I felt about myself, what I thought about Rinny, what I thought about my impact on the city. That I was a festering wound. I had nicked myself into the weave of the city. And years would slip by and I would keep bleeding, drowning everyone beneath me. The word she used was an infection bringing about a doomed empire, forever stuck ruling a kingdom of corpses. She called that the shape of my heart. She knew it would make me happy if that was true. She encouraged me to embrace that simple fact, and I was able to let go of that weight of fighting against what I always knew was right about myself. It wasn't just that she knew me. She knew what would have made me happy. And I was happy. And I was the only one.
Kai probably sits in silence for quite a while. It's a good amount to digest, I feel. I think he's valid in doing so. And then he speaks. I don't know that I don't believe that I have a right to tell you who you are as a person. But as someone who's known who you were and who you are, I don't know that everything that she said was... I don't think that what she said was true. I think it is an easy reality to accept. I think it was the same for me. The shape of my heart that she described, it was what I always wanted to attain, but I don't think that it's right. And though I'm not sure what is right, that doesn't mean I can't tell what isn't, or what's... I don't know that I have a point, but I wish you weren't alone. And I'm really glad that we got you back. And, I've had a fair share of regret of not feeling like I did enough to get you back, but more than anything, I'm just grateful for the fact that the last time I see you won't be you having lost yourself to such an extent. And I hope whatever realization you came to after the fact, or if you're still coming to that realization, I hope it will become a good one. And then he scratches the back of his head and he's like, I guess it's my turn. Yeah, unless Prior has anything to say about that, but
Prior looks at Kai, and there is a softness in all 5 of his eyes. I didn't realize until it was too late. When I was laying on the floor, I called out to you. Even in I knew you couldn't hear me, but it wasn't until I saw you like that that I realized how much I counted on you being there to make me feel less alone. I thought because of my neglect I lost you. It would be a lonelier world without you, Kai. For me. And that's why I want to know. I want to know what she called the shape of your heart. Because in the same way that you're telling me that I lost myself to something that wasn't true, I need to make sure that I do my part to make sure you don't lose yourself to what she said either.
Hey. Thanks. Our experiences, with that woman were similar. She called me by a different name. You remember that older woman that recognized me on the street, and called me Beau. That was how I was referred to. I haven't really talked about what I did, and I don't know how relevant it is to everything now, but it felt familiar, and it felt like it was a name from a part of my life that I genuinely look back on fondly. And she, you know, she did ask me what I thought my purpose was, what I thought of myself. You know, she told me the shape of my heart. In the moment, at the least, I felt defective, I suppose. You know, it wasn't your fault that maybe our argument might have spurred me into the spiral that I was in, but I think I would have ended up there anyway, if that makes sense. I mean, I think you, of anyone, would understand that, you know, even if you hadn't been down there alone, you know, eventually you would have hit a breaking point, right? You know, anyway.
They build up inside of you.
Yeah.
So is the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Mm-hmm. But she told me that the shape of my heart, which I really wanted it to be true, was the thing, and I came out of it with a kind of sweeping acknowledgement of the fact that it wasn't, but I don't know what it is. She said that I was a doll to be molded as one desires, you know, that can be shaped to someone's image, that doesn't grow old, so I can be useful forever. You know, I don't wear out like people do. It wasn't all for your sake, but it's something that I think worry passively about, or have worried about, is the fact that, you know, you don't I will be gone before you are, and I know that you will have other people, that you do have other people, but I feared not being useful to you, and I feared leaving you. And I feel that way about the others now too. And I think that's morphed into something else, but in the moment, I just wanted to be controlled by the people that I thought knew what was good better than I do, and I do think you all know what is good, or at least feel what is good in ways that I don't, but I don't think that that's your responsibility, and even though I was at my absolute worst, I'm still sorry for thrusting that upon all of you. I came out of all of it with the realization that I hate who I am. So I guess all I can do now is change that.
I know that there are some things I can't help you with. Not even if You had all the years I did. If you feel the hole inside of you, no one else can fill it but yourself. But I will. I won't pretend it's a responsibility, and I won't act like it's a deal. I won't call it a favor. I want to be there for you because you have always been there for me. And I know they don't always see what I know about you, that the way you feel and see the world is different. You struggle sometimes, I think, like I do, but in a different way. I will always be there for guidance. If you ever feel you don't know what to do, I will help. Because the choice should lie with you. And I will always choose to assist you if you need it.
It means a lot to me. I should say one thing that I regret even thinking. Before all I saw was black. I said that you left me and that I was afraid that you were going to abandon me again. While I don't know, I know that it was never a matter so selfish. I know that it was never so... I understand that I was looking through a very myopic lens, and that you had your own reasons for going. So I know you weren't there. I know you didn't hear, but I'm sorry for even implying that you abandoned me at any point, because you were one of the best things that has happened to me in a very long time. And I'm just happy that I get to have you again, even if it's different. Maybe because it's different.
There is an empathy in Prior's eye that has never been there when Kai brings up the past. Normally, there's that hint of revulsion, this rejection of the idea that he could have ever been good for Kai, but it's been replaced. I am glad I could be a part of a good memory. I don't consider me at my best then, but that doesn't mean that I'm not glad I could be something good for you when you needed it. We don't always choose the impact of our actions. And I am very glad that mine impacted yours. In a way. I never explained why I vanished. Prior kind of walks past Kai, actually, with his drink, and he sort of looks out the back window of the RV, moving the curtain slightly for a second.
Mm.
And then... it all... Doc finally got to me. Maybe it was one too many parties. Maybe it was one too many deals with Greta. But I couldn't think anymore over the course, Kai. It was just constant in my head. There were too many voices, too many memories that weren't mine. Too many thoughts that weren't my own. I was covered in moonstones from head to toe, and it just wasn't enough to drown it all out anymore. I had to turn it off. And I thought that that would be the end of my empire. I left, walked, I thought, into my own demise. And in cowardice, I went to L Corp to prolong this endless monotony.
Kai takes that in. I know that now you have a lot of regret for everything, so I'm not sure that I'm saying the right thing here, but I think that even if circumstances or the path that you chose maybe wasn't what you would approve of now, you are a person that I think that you are on a path to being proud of being. So, while I don't feel that you really owed me an explanation, I appreciate it, and I am glad that you got away. I don't know if you are, but I am.
I'm glad of the chance it gave me. But, well, disappearing for half a decade wasn't abnormal for me. And it never happened in the time you knew me. Frankly, if anything, my bout of absence being so short, probably more to the problem. Should I tell them, Kai? About everything. About what I did. What I am.
I wish that I felt well equipped to make a choice for you, but
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
No, I've expected you to make every decision for me ever, and I can't even
No.
properly advise you on the
It's a
one thing that
decision.
you ask of me.
It's a decision I have to make on my own. Anyway.
But I do hope that you know that I'll support you regardless. I would follow you to the ends of the earth.
And I'd be proud to have you at my side for every step. I think when the time is right, I will tell them everything. I think it would be better if they heard it from me rather than learning it from some ghost of my past. Rini or someone else.
Kai is nodding in agreement.
You've done... Holy shit.
Whoa. What were we talking about?
Prior, you catch the eyes of nothing there catch Pascal doing a flip, and he just kind of looks up.
Pascal just beeps at Prior.
Kai saw the sick flip in the reflection of his drink and was like, whoa.
It's unclear if the drone comprehends anything the two of you are saying, but it beeps at you both.
Huh.
I suppose Pascal has a better view of all this than we do.
Do you think that the flip could be interpreted as an answer to your question? Kai's like joking.
Yes, most definitely. I need to turn my worldview around. Flip it on its head, one could say. I need to, I need to think about the things that are joyous.
Like that we have a little robot that does tricks. You know, not everything is bad.
Prior reaches out and very, very lightly punches Kai awkwardly in the arm. It's a gesture of familiarity that Prior is trying very, very hard to play off as if it would be ever something he would do if he wasn't trying so hard. That's right, buddy.
We'll workshop that.
Yes,
But I will try to stop calling you sir.
and I will never call you buddy ever again. You know, unless I can figure out how to make it sound better.
It is kind of dog-like. So I see the appeal there.
Goodness. But Prior is smiling.
Thank you, though, sincerely. I will talk to you. You are, for all intents and purposes, a very highly valued friend of mine, even though that particular label feels a bit small in comparison to how I've always thought of you, but I know how important it is nowadays.
everything I could say about our relationship and how I could label it feels either needlessly theatrical or like it would come out wrong. So I will simply say, there is no one else I would rather sit here and drink with than you. Cheers.
And Kai will raise his little glass and clink it with Prior's. Cheers. And I don't. I was like, Kai's gonna swallow that whole thing.
Yeah. Prior is still sipping. He's like halfway through like the half glass he poured him, like the half portion he poured himself.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good moment to pull away from the two of them in the back of the RV.
Hmm.
And while the two of you are here in the back of the RV, you all know that you should probably not wait any longer to head back to that casino, even if it is getting late. You also know the longer you wait, the more time the She have to recover, the more time that means that the robotics expert is in J Corp's hands. Would you all like to gather up and get ready to go to the casino?
Sure thing.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
MG.
The four of you head out, and I will not make you make any stealth checks or any other checks of the sort.
Sure thing.
As you all head to the casino.
Alrighty.
You all arrive at the casino. There is security around if any of you decide to approach them and speak with them. You all have a feeling that pulling one of the security guards aside is your best bet for figuring out how to... It sounds wrong to say claim your bounty prize, given it's more you're freeing the robotics expert.
Yeah. I guess Miix will do that. Like, would Miix think that, is it reasonable if Miix thinks that the best approach would be to be blunt and be like, hey, like, you know, we got funds for the guy we're trying to get, or how, just like in terms of...
I would say that Miix probably feels it would be best to just be upfront about that. You all were contracted for a bounty, even if the person who gave you the bounty, you know, considering that the payment was given, you have a feeling that it's best to probably just walk up and talk to them. If for some reason the Euro DVA did not hold up their end of the bargain, that would also be the best way to find out.
Yeah. So Miix clears, like walks up to one of the security guards and clears their throat and says, "Excuse me."
Yes. Can I help you?
Yes. We're here about just... Miix thinks about it for a moment, and then they kind of like, okay, well, you know, at this point, there's no point in hiding it. I guess, because the main goal, I suppose, is we're just trying to get to the person who will get us. I feel like if I just mention our target, I don't know if the security guard will know it, but if I guess as long as Mix is like, hey, we are here to like pick up a quote unquote bounty, aka we're trying to, I guess would that work?
That would. If Mix
Okay.
brings up what the bounty is or mentions that they're here to discuss a bounty.
Cool. In that case, yeah, then Mix will look at the security guard and say, we're here to discuss a bounty, one that we fulfilled.
The security nods and says, right this way. And will lead you all up the stairs and once more up to that private chamber where you all met with Nero before. The private chamber looks much the same as it did before. This time, instead of Nero, you all see a man dressed in a suit, wearing a hat. And when you all come in, he looks the four of you up and down. There seems to be some recognition in his eyes.
Prior takes a look around the office. Has it been cleaned up?
The office has been cleaned up. It doesn't look like there's any new furniture yet, at least. But you can tell that the place has been cleaned up. The chips and cards have been resorted. It's a bit bare right now, actually, in fact.
Wow. Love what you've done with the place.
Thank you. And the man sitting down in the chair grins at you and says, well, how can I help you?
The previous manager of this office, he arranged for us to be able to pay off someone's debt. And I think the money has already been delivered in advance. We're just here to clean up that and collect our end of the bargain.
I see. And you have a feeling, there is a glimmer of recognition in those eyes, but even so, as he looks down
I don't
at a
recognize
file,
him, do I?
you do not recognize him.
Okay.
None of you recognize him. Would any of you like to make a wits insight on him?
Checking my wits insight stats real quick. I could. What would I have to? What's the DC?
It would just be a DC 3.
3. That's possible. Well,
Would you like to willpower?
I mean, why not? Yep, I'm goated.
Yes, it looks like, it does not look like it's a personal recognition. This person has no personal grudge against any of you. It simply looks like this person recognizes you all by your appearance. If you had to guess, he probably heard of you all through Nero, through his predecessor. And he looks and says, what are your names? Just so I'm confirming that this is the correct bounty we're discussing.
Under the title The Managers Mercenary Group.
Yes. Nero called me up back then, and You four are the ones looking to free Micah, right?
Correct. And I do believe the bounty was frozen as of, well, the time of the contract's agreement.
That it was. The money's been paid. You all sent it over. And I'll give him to you as promised, but... Well, with this whole narrow business, I think you can all understand that I really had to go out of my way to freeze it.
Prior looks up, closes his eyes, and nothing there. His eyes blink, and Prior opens it up and says, "It's been a long day. We've had to fight a lot of people. Give us a number." Prior knows how syndicates work. He's being asked to grease a palm.
The man seems to consider for a moment, then grins and says, 10 million on.
Hmm. May I attempt to roll a composure persuasion to haggle with him?
Absolutely. It'll be a scaling DC, so you can put it at DC 2, and for every 2 you get, he will lower it by 1 million.
Oh, yay!
Would you like to willpower?
Sure, I'm sure we're not going to get ambushed by the she. Well, okay. So Prior, so he gets a 2 million on discount. So Prior goes 5 million. And he expects him to haggle him back up.
Yes, he hears the 5 million and he goes 8 million.
He looks him up, he looks him down. He opens his mouth and decides not to push his luck. 8 million.
I'm glad you agree. And he offers his hand.
Yeah, he Prior does shake on it and looks to Miix to transfer the money.
Miix will do so.
You successfully transfer the money to him. He turns to one of the staff in the room and says, "Retrieve the prisoner, Micah." And you watch them all go down the elevator as those doors in the back of the room open up. And then he turns to the rest of you and says, "Now that you're all here, I should also bring up a certain fact about your winnings." And he looks at Merru and then to Prior and says, "You do owe money for the taxes on your lottery winnings."
Fuck, we forgot this is the city! Everything is sad. Okay, sorry.
Well,
Prior would not.
damn.
Prior doesn't say that? Are you sure?
Prior-
That sounds very in character.
That Prior the player, Prior's eyes widen slightly because that has always been handled by the siblings beneath him. That has never directly been his responsibility. There's a flicker as you realize that Prior genuinely forgot taxes were a thing.
He looks like he's waiting to see if you're all gonna ask how much you owe, and there's almost a grin on his face at all of your surprise.
You're enjoying this is good entertainment for you, isn't it?
Oh, it is. You know the head always collects.
The house always wins and the head wins bigger. All right. Give us the calculation.
Well, based on the amount of your winnings, it would total out to 200 and let's see. He seems to like look down, look at the price.
Is a calculator.
Yeah, he's got like a little the little like, calculator out. And says that would be 215 million and 5,000 on. We would, of course, make sure it gets to the head.
Prior pales and says 215 million on in taxes.
Well, yes. You all did earn a substantial amount.
Well, of course.
And it's 28% of your winnings. So 28% of all of that on 740 million totals out to around, when you round up and do all the other math here, 250 million and an extra 5,000.
Well, I suppose then we would not like to receive one of our 3 warning letters from the head, now would we? Thank you for being so diligent in making sure that the head is paid. Your duty to us and the city is very generously noted.
Of course. You wouldn't want them to send a claw after you, after all. Oh, there's another thing too. And you see him pull out a file and slide it over to you all. It's a paper that looks like a bill.
Prior does not want to. You can see that this is literally taking years off of his life as he opens the folder, looks at the bottom, and goes, what is he actually reading? I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. What is in the folder?
There is a message from W Corp. And it is asking for repayment for damage to their station and the train delays that happened. Totaling 150 million.
Prior knows he's either getting swindled right now or not, and honestly at this point he cannot risk it. We cannot get another corp on our back, and it looks official, doesn't it?
It does look
Wow.
official.
We did do that. Yeah, Prior nods and says, I'm sure you can arrange the delivery of payment for us.
That we can.
We would, of course, it would only be right to pay for the corp. Send our sincerest apologies for the delay to their transit.
Of course. And
No. That one's in character. Prior just goes, no.
he says there is one last thing.
Another thing.
Well, there's some fines for disturbing the peace of J Corp. J Corp, you know, is quite generous and willing to overlook anything the 4 of you did. But it'll cost you another 50 million.
Pay the fine, Mix, please.
Mix size, and then, although it's very painful, they end up paying it.
Nick's like winced as they like put
Yeah.
like. Do we have like a credit card or something? Like, did Mix just like slide it over like a receipt?
And at the end, you are all left now with 323,021,000 on.
That's not bad. That's not bad. It's really not bad. Okay. Well, it's a little less. It's a little less than what we wanted. But we're still millionaires, multi-millionaires.
True.
We're walking away with more than we came in with.
That is true. And at that moment, there is a ding. And you all see a man led out by the security guards. The man's hands are still in chains. He looks incredibly nervous. His long hair is tangled and looks rather dirty, as if it hasn't been washed in a bit. There is an almost paranoid look in those green eyes of his. And the guards take off his handcuffs and kind of roughly shove him towards the four of you.
Can Kai like kind of catch him with his giant paw?
Yes, I like to catch him as he stumbles
Yes.
forward.
Yes. Like a baby. Like he weighs nothing.
Like, make me a DC 2 Dex Athletics to see if you're able to catch him or if he falls to the ground.
This will be so embarrassing if I fail this.
Wait, okay.
Yes.
Could I argue on Kai's behalf for a strength athletics?
Yes, you may.
Fantastic.
I got you.
Thank you so much, Goat. You said DC 2?
Yep, DC 2.
Please. Okay, cool.
You're able to gently catch him. You don't accidentally gouge him with your claw or...
Oh my
Let
god,
him
could
fall to
you
the
imagine?
Kai distorts a second time.
Kai just goes like into his organ and he goes... like...
He looks up at you very nervous.
Sorry, Mr. DM.
No, please go ahead.
No, I wasn't. I was just telling you to continue.
But no, you all now have Micah, and the man you all were doing business with says, well, you have what you want, unless you need anything else. And he kind of gestures, and you can tell he's trying to politely say, get out of my office.
Friar is not one to overstay his welcome, and he offers a polite nod of his head and says, I'm wishing you prosperity and health in your new position.
Thank you. He grins.
And as Prior turns, he mutters under his breath, and if you follow the same path as Nero, the same end.
Wow.
Let me see if he heard that.
I was gonna say, can you roll a hear that? Good.
Yeah, let me see if he heard that.
Prior.
No. If he heard it, he doesn't react.
Prior fucking hates these motherfuckers. But his money gone. Everything ready. He does say, all right, everyone. Let's head down to the casino floor.
and you all head down. As you're all heading down
Oh my gosh.
to the casino floor,
Oh my gosh.
you all are greeted by a familiar sight. And yes, you all know what time it is. This is your very last chance, everyone, to use this redeem. So use it wisely. Oh, we have a special someone in the crowd. But yeah, as you all head down, oh my gosh, you
Oh
all
my
are
God.
immediately pelted with coins.
No, see, they're going to give us enough money to make up for what we just lost.
Exactly. Oh gosh. All right, I have to count.
Look, we can count afterwards if it helps.
Yes, I will count afterwards, everyone. But please, as they all begin to throw their money at all of you, you all see the familiar faces, and a certain familiar one runs up and places a hat on Merru's head, thrusting maracas into his hands.
Oh my god. Merru can't even say no. It doesn't even he's not even allowed to. He's just kind of in shock as he's just forced back into that stupid little fit. And he just kind of holds the maracas and just stares at them, being like, is this really necessary?
Amigos, welcome back.
Prior is over the moon. He actually spreads his arms and goes, if it isn't the best syndicate in J Corp. Prior actually steps forward and goes,
They cheer when they hear that.
you know what? It's been a long day, and I'm sure it's gonna be a longer one afterwards. I say, we take a moment and dance. How about the rest of you?
What?
Yes! Come on, Merru, we can...
We can what?
Dance! You hear multiple people in the crowd cheering.
Oh my god.
Olay! Dance!
Oh my god.
Prior stands there and, he, kind of shakes his hips in, a back and forth manner, and he starts, he puts one finger over by his hip and then up into the air and just starts, hitting that classic disco pose completely. He's off time to the music, but with 3 successes, he carries it on pure fucking, confidence alone.
Oh my
They're
god.
all cheering.
Merru wishes Justicia blocked his vision.
One of them pushes Merru, into Prior
Oh my god.
and goes, dance with him.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
What do you want me to do?
Mirror?
Shakes like a maraca, are you happy?
Prior stands in front of Merru, bows, and then starts matching Meru's move with the groove.
Why are you going along with this?
Because Pascal did a flip and it taught me a valuable lesson about life.
What does that mean?
It means dance with me, Merru. We're only going to be here once.
I mean... Fine.
Prior grabs Merru by the arms, and Prior doesn't know how to dance, but you know what? He has a new lease on life. And if what Kai said, that he's gonna outlast Kai, hit him somewhere, in this moment he wants to stop thinking about that as he pulls Merru into the crowd and tries his best to enjoy the moment.
Do we all have to roll
Yes.
performance charisma?
Yes, they are
Great.
cheering. They are
Okay.
all cheering.
Okay.
I have 1 charisma, 0 performance.
Okay. No, but Merru has to get like a super duper boot for the sombrero and the maracas. He gets more die.
You know what? Yeah, you get an extra die just for that.
Oh, just one?
Oh,
You know, an extra 2. An extra 2.
Mm-hmm. Merru, you got a willpower reroll for this if you don't hit a 3.
Real.
Okay. Is there a DC or is it just rolling?
You
It's
just
just
roll?
a roll for how good you do.
Meru?
We gotta reroll.
You gotta reroll.
Yay,
Okay.
2 successes! That ain't bad!
What? I thought Mix had like really high performance stats. Am I crazy?
They are good at manipulating people. They're not
Oh, huh.
good at.
Well,
Would you
listen,
like
you did the
willpower
tango
back?
like crazy style earlier, though.
Mix's headache is way too bad to willpower right
Or wait,
now.
no, you didn't do tango. You did flamenco dancing, right? What was it?
Yes. But I think they just, sort of shimmy, really just like watch from the sidelines.
Mm-hmm.
One of Los Mariachi, the one who fought alongside you, does grab you aside, Mix, into like a dance as they see you on the sidelines and says, I can tell. Your dance, it's faltering. Keep your head up, amiga. Keep dancing. And stay strong. There is still light in this world.
Estás hablando de cosas que no entiendes, pero I understand. And they will go along with it.
He grins and dances with you. You're completely confused right now. I need you all to know. Like, some of the Los Mariachi have, like, crowded around this researcher.
Imagine being locked in the infinite torture dungeon for who knows how long, being told that a color fixer might be coming to buy you or something, and then 4 fuckwits pay your bounty out of nowhere,
Oh my god.
get really stingy about paying, like, what was like an 8, like, not even like a 10th of your bounty, and then immediately drag you out of the room and start dancing.
Wait. Kai,
Micah's
I'm sorry?
lost. Sorry, no, please, what is Kai up to? Micah is just lost.
in terms of... I don't think that Kai is, like, bad at dancing by any means, but I do feel that the fact that he has a paw the size of his torso on one side might make him a little more stilted than usual, perhaps. It's a lot of weight on one side, even if he's good at wielding it by, like, throwing himself around. And then the only Spanish music that he really knows, I'm gonna say, is La Cucaracha, so... He's, you know, he's doing a very basic, what's... like, I get, yeah, just shimming it out, I suppose. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Like a pretty basic, you know, bro's got hips. They don't lie, but it's not like crazy.
And I imagine that you're all kept a bit longer by Los Mariachis. But unless there is anything else you all have to do in this casino, or would like to do with them, I think I'll total up our on, and you'll bid them all
Yeah.
farewell.
Yes, we'll drag Micah out after we exhaust ourselves a fun amount, being pulled into the song and dance, I think.
Yes, I'm gonna quickly, and thank you so much, JMR, for keeping track of that also. But yes, it looks like in total, 22,000 new yuan. So that's going to, I think I got the total right up there with our 21 from before. We are now at 43,000 and on thrown at the managers. But yes, as you all head outside the casino with Micah. The cheering follows you all as you all leave the place. You are now on the streets of J Corp, but you are close enough to the casino that you have a feeling you can talk here and don't need to be on the worst lookout at the moment.
As soon as Micah and everyone left, Pryor turns to the scientist, and he's actually going to reach into his bag and offer Micah like a snack bar that he pulled out of a vending machine and a bottle of water.
Micah
Here.
takes it.
You must be hungry and thirsty.
Micah starts to take it. Looks kind of uncertain, especially like when he sees all those eyes of yours.
Pryor forgets that he looks like that he has ego and that is very unsettling. So he says, no payment. This is freely offered. No debt required.
I don't know if anything is freely offered in this city, but...
Well, take it and find out, I guess.
Micah takes it, checks to see if it's all sealed. And then I think he'd slowly, upon seeing that, begin to eat what he was offered and drink some of the water. You can tell, especially as he starts eating, he starts kind of eating faster, as if he really hasn't been able to eat much.
Pryor does say you might want to slow down if you've not been able to eat a lot. Your stomach is probably not used to having food. Don't want to make yourself sick.
Right. Yeah. He looks kind of embarrassed almost and starts taking slower.
If you were starved, it's natural instinct. And he looks to Merru and he says, Merru, do you mind charting us this fastest course back? We are probably going to want to avoid the side streets if we can.
I mean, I can do my best.
Thank you. Pryor smiles at Merru and then turns back to Micah. I imagine you have a lot of questions.
Micah swallows the part that, he was currently eating, and then goes, you all, are you going to all kill me? Or turning me in for something?
Pryor looks left and right and says, I'm going to be honest. Let me be very clear with you. You do have potentially something we need, but we just want to talk. And when we're done, you're free to go. We came from K Corp. We actually found out about you from Cowl.
Oh.
We've been looking for you for a bit.
You're not with N Corp, are you?
No, heavens no.
Okay. Actually, yeah, no, he glances at Merru and is like, no, that wouldn't make any sense, would it?
We're part of a mercenary group known as the Managers. We're pursuing a lead on something called a Golden Bough.
Micah's eyes widen in recognition at that. And then he kind of glances around and says,
We have a safe place to speak, but you know what we're talking about, yes?
He nods and says, and it's not the sort of thing we probably should be talking about in the open.
Then let's find our way back. I just want you to keep an open mind when we get there. You are perfectly safe, and no harm will come to you so long as you are under our protection. And that's a protection we offer freely and openly. Oh, you're looking at the ego, aren't you?
Yeah, that's ego, isn't it? He keeps looking down at Pyre's eye, like you can hear that he's listening to you, and he looks concerned when you seem to be reassuring him that he shouldn't be worried and that he's under protection. But his attention kind of is first on Pryor's, but then he looks past Pryor at the rest of you and is like, that's retrieved from one of the old L Corp facilities? No, this is questions we can talk about later.
He nods his head and smiles and says, absolutely. But I should make introductions. I am Pryor. I'm the strategic organizer of this group. And he looks to see if any of the other ones want to introduce themselves, or if Pryor's just filling space while they navigate.
I think briefly Merru turns his head and he goes, "Hi, Merru. I shoot shit. I look for things. That's all."
Nice to meet you, Merru. Your prosthetics, Micah seems very fixated on your horns.
What about him?
No, I'm just curious about the makings of them.
Got him a long time ago. So, don't really know much about how they work. Some workshop.
Do you remember the name?
No.
Oh.
Sorry, that wasn't helpful. I don't have an answer, though.
No, it's okay. Micah's eyes split over to Miix.
Miix looks and nods and says, Miix, it's good to meet you. And Miix puts forward a hand.
Micah hesitates, then takes the hand and shakes it. Those don't look like prosthetics. He's like looking Miix up and down, in particular seeing the horns and tail.
Miix looks and tilts their head. Would you like to feel them, just to confirm?
Micah
I don't mind.
hesitates and then gently reaches out to touch one of the horns.
Come on. And Miix grabs their wrist and puts their hand against their horns.
Miix, please stop scaring our newly captured target.
Well, that kind of language will scare anyone. My.
Prior tries to suppress a smile and goes, Miix is one of our most trustworthy associates. You can thank Miix for honestly being able to find you or half of the things we have. I'm sure the two of you would have a lot in common with technology.
I'm sure we can have time for a nice long chat between the two of us later. Now then, for everybody else.
Micah kind of blinks at that, and then looks over at Kai.
Hi. My name is Kai. You probably know me from catching you with, my big giant paw earlier. I scratch things. I'm not the brains of this operation, so, that's more... Yeah.
Yeah, Micah keeps looking at the blood on your paw, and then at you, and then at the paw, and kind of moves closer to Prior, and then sees the eyes again.
Did the blood get on Micah at all when Kai caught him?
Yeah, there's a bit of blood on what Micah's wearing, although you all do notice dried blood on him.
Sorry about the, and he kind of, like, looks at his paw, and then looks at the front of Micah's little suit jacket thingy that he caught him. I assume he, like, he stumbled forward, so he, like, kind of caught him by the stomach and, like, picked him up like a baby and then set him down on his feet. Sorry about that. It's not mine.
Oh.
Like, that helps.
Micah looks more concerned, and then just turns back and says, "So where are we? So where are we headed?" Or I guess we shouldn't say that aloud, but
Yeah, Prior nods, and actually he does take out his little radio tablet, and then he walks up to Merru and exchanges a few words with Merru. He's actually gonna come up and say, Merru, I think actually, rather than heading directly back to the RV, we're right by the Eurodivi. We should make a stop by there. Make our final discussions. We are going to want to get out of here fast. We don't know how long the machine will take to recover and come after us again, so...
Right.
We should probably cut across there.
That's fine. I can reroute.
He nods and then remembers to say, "Thank you." And
You're welcome.
he does turn to Micah and say, "Right, again, no reason to be deeply alarmed, but if we tell you to scatter, find a wall to press yourself up against, and don't move until the fighting is done." In the sake of honesty, we are being pursued by at least 2 members of the She Association.
Oh, Micah looks incredibly concerned with that, but says, well, I'll
Don't
ask.
worry. We
Why
drove them
would
off.
Okay, we drove them off. Okay.
The why is classified, but I have a feeling you'll figure it out sooner rather than later.
Huh. Okay.
Prior nods and then exhales and says, "Oh, goodness. You would not believe. I'm glad to see you in one piece. I honestly never thought I would get to talk to you. Well, let's get to our destination before I say anything else."
Right. I'm glad to be in one piece also. Micah just looks more and more concerned at the fact you all seem to know him. And do you all head towards the hideout location the Euro DVA gave you?
We absolutely will.
All right. And you all have the coordinates that they gave you. And when you enter, I imagine there's a whole, I won't make any of you roll for anything because you have communications with the Euro DVA
Yeah,
already.
We let them know that we're here. We don't surprise them. We do not knock out their front guardsmen again.
Yep. And
No one was getting shot in the leg.
yes, they let you in. And you're all greeted by Lev.
Yeah. Prior turns to Micah one last time and says, "These are the people who helped us get the money to free you. Don't worry. We're just stopping by." And he does turn back to Captain Lev and say, "Captain, thank you for delivering the money to the casino. We were able to free an innocent man."
The captain grins at that, waves to Micah, and then looks back and says, I'm glad to see that. Glad to see the money's already being put to good use.
Speaking about how the rest of the bounties... No. I suppose you're already hard at work, aren't you?
That we are. And you can see that practically there's still a stash of money here, but you actually can see Euro DVA who are rushing around. It looks like they have slowly been distributing the cash and that they've already been working fast.
Prior nods and smiles and says, "I'm glad it's going back into the hands of the people. Hopefully it can stay there. It's easier to start a community when everyone has the cash to help each other out." Captain, would you happen to have somewhere around here a little more secure to speak? We'd like to have a conversation with our friend with as much privacy as we can manage.
Of course, the captain nods at that and says, I even have some... Actually, the captain rummages through over here a bunch of inventions and then says, all right, follow me to this room, and I have a little device here that helps with soundproofing if you're looking for a private conversation.
Prior takes it graciously and says, he does inspect it, with his passive crafts. I imagine it's quite the ingenious little invention.
It is. It is a little invention that gives a boost. So basically, the way it works is if anyone's trying to listen in, they would have a -2 dice to their awareness rolls.
Could Prior try and improve on this design? Could he try and tinker with it?
Yes.
I'll roll an intelligence craft. Okay, here's a question. Has our desperation changed?
I would say your desperation has gone down
Yes.
from before. I believe it was at 3. I think you all are back down to 2, having recovered the money.
Would you all mind if Prior uses desperation here? Worst case, he falls into despair for a little bit.
Worst case. Yeah, I mean, why not?
Hey, that's pretty good.
Ooh. I would say
You know what? I kind of want to be cheeky with it. I kind of want to see if I can get a little higher. It doesn't matter.
Go for it. Go. No,
Should I be spending my willpower? Probably not, but you know what? This matters to Prior. Also, hiding this conversation is really important right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say also it could matter
Noted.
because every 2 successes will make them take away an extra dice. So with 7 successes, instead of a -2, it would be a -5.
That's pretty damn good.
Yep.
Prior looks over the gears on the table, and he looks back to Captain Levin and said, "May I use your workbench for a moment?"
Of course, go right ahead.
Prior,
You are comrades after all.
Prior tinkers with it for a moment. There's the sound of soldering, of moving gears, of clicking together, and after a moment, Prior has pulled out a similar aesthetic-looking design, but with significant increased complexity. And he leaves the design for the blueprints on the table as a little gift for letting him use their parts. And he walks over to the side room and sets it up inside, giving everyone the thumbs up when it's fully set up.
All right, you're all able to set it up. You probably notice as you're headed into the side room that Lev's already looking over the blueprints you've left and is kind of mumbling to himself with excitement, like, oh, I didn't think about improving. Yes, that. It seems like he's trying to replicate what you've made Prior.
Prior has had a lot of time to fiddle with little gadgets, so he's pleased to leave some of his knowledge behind as he brings Micah into the side room along with everyone else and says, "All right, we should be secure now. Now we can tell you everything." And he looks towards everyone like they had previously agreed to do, but making sure that no one haven't suddenly had a change of heart on the fact that they kind of need to be honest about this. As of course they're not. Prior's going to obfuscate the truth, but there's a lot of saying hypothetical in his discussion. So he leaves himself open that if anyone sees him, they can quickly step in and stop him. But he's going to turn to Micah and say, first off, I want to begin by saying that Yuna sends their regards.
Micah's eyes widen at the mention of Yuna. And he just goes, is Yuna alright?
As far as K Corp is aware, Yuna is dead and buried under a pile of rubble.
Oh, you said as far as K Corp's aware.
Indeed. That was the words I purposefully chose to use.
I see. I suppose I shouldn't be asking then what they may have done.
Unfortunately, Yuna was relieved of duty after a group of ego-armed individuals stormed their lab, destroyed their research, and absconded as wanted individuals.
Micah looks at the four of you. And then looks down at what the four of you are wearing. And then back up at Fryer and says, I see.
Hypothetically, they started it.
I'm sure there are many ego-wearing individuals in the city.
So you can imagine why the she might be after us.
It does. Oh, it kind of took like a second, like Micah was processing that. It was like, that, like that makes sense. And then hears about the she after you, and it's just like, Yes, that would make sense.
We've successfully driven them off. You're safe. I think that they're going to need a minute to lick their wounds. Every time they've attacked us, it's taken a while for them to gather their strength back up, and it felt like they threw everything they had at the last attack.
Yes, okay. Are the she also after...
No. As far as K Corp is aware, no offense to you, you were never a factor in their plans.
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean myself. I meant... actually, rather, if K Corp thinks they're dead, then...
There. Correct. And we've managed to make sure that the she agree with K Corp's vision.
Micah looks reassured at that, then nods and says, "All right, go on."
Hypothetically, the four of us have a problem that we would like to ask you as a thought experiment and nothing more.
I see. I've done a lot of those in my time. Thought experiments.
So, full body prosthetics. Have you ever made any of those before?
Well, when it comes to full body prosthetics, if I've made full robotic bodies before, I could make prosthetic, biological, or mechanical prosthetics. Full body ones, though, you've got to be careful it doesn't... You've got to make sure it's, looks mechanical.
It can't look too human.
Correct. Yes.
How closely to that line can you straddle?
Well...
Hypothetically. How far have you seen people push it?
I have seen when it comes to certain fixer offices and their life insurance policies. I believe I've heard about clone bodies being made through others that, for all intents and purposes, look human.
Pryor sits back and tries to think of how he's going to phrase this next part. Let's just say we had someone with very little body left, and we were looking to get them a prosthetic so that they could live and interact with the world again. How much body would one need for a prosthetic?
Well, if you don't have a brain, one wouldn't be able to do anything without breaking a taboo. There's a lot you can do. There's ways to...
So even, say, a scan of a brain wouldn't be enough. You
Well-
would need...
Please go on.
No, Hypothetically, if there were an individual who had no body left at all, purely a hypothetical question, but tangibly still existed, that would break a taboo to give them a robotic body, because such an individual would not be human, would they?
In this hypothetical situation, no, this individual would not be human if you have a brain scan and nothing else. But these Golden Boughs can allegedly do anything. And I've seen them produce genuine miracles. I am not...
That catches Pryor's attention. Sorry, please continue.
I'm just saying, in this hypothetical situation, where you have a brain scan and nothing else, and where you have a Golden Bough, if you want to do what you want to do and get around the taboo, it would be with the Golden Bough.
I thought these things were just energy sources, though.
There is a lot we don't know about them. They are energy sources, yes, but they are capable of technological marvels.
A singularity.
Micah opens his mouth, closes his mouth, kind of raises a finger, pauses, puts it down, then says, I don't know if we should go that far in saying that, but...
Capable of producing effects as miraculous as a singularity, then.
Micah nods, gives a swift nod at that.
So not just energy, they can do anything.
Well, allegedly. Anything is a stretch of the word. I've heard tales. I've heard different things that they can do. I, unfortunately, did not retain possession long enough or figure out enough to fully figure out all of its effects, but... people want them for a reason.
Prior nods his head. And with a sigh, seems to get his second wind as he leans forward again and says, I would be very interested in getting my hands on a Golden Bough, and I was told that you were temporarily in possession of one. I don't suppose you stashed it away somewhere.
If I had stashed it away somewhere, I would tell you where it was. If I still had it on my person, I would tell you where that I had it and hand it over. After all you did, all quite literally get me out of servitude until the rest of my life. That said, I may have sold this Golden Bough. And he kind of, again, looks at all of you and looks very hesitant to say more.
Prior clocks that, but he looks to the rest of the group. He does want to get a chance on everyone else's read of this situation.
Okay, remember when like Prior internally expressed interest in getting a Golden Bough? Was that something that he externalized at all?
Very, very much. You could tell by the way Prior leaned forward and his eyes locked on that he is now all in on the Golden Bough idea.
Then I suppose Kai would be like, well, not that this is the most to go off of, but whatever you might think is best. I'm in full support.
Prior nods. He looks towards Merru and Miix and says, I think that the Golden Bough has to be our next option. It seems we've hit a roadblock with any other option.
It's hard. You can't really read Merru's expression considering it's all covered up, but he nods a little bit and he says, I mean, if that's our best option or our only option, then it's the option we'll have to take.
Let me be very clear with you, Micah. We appreciate you having this conversation with us, but again, if you don't have it, that's fine. We're not here to extort you. We're not here to harm you. Anything you can provide us, it would be very helpful. If you sold it, if you could tell us to who, it would mean a great deal to us.
Micah looks first into your eyes, then at the rest of the eyes that he can't ignore. And then sighs and says, I sold it to a member of the Five Fingers. It was a big brother from U Corp who was gambling here. I didn't catch his name, but he was going off about some party boat. I don't know if the middle is the sort of, especially a big brother, is the sort of
Prior licks his lips and then goes, I guess I can't run from my past, can I? Parlaying with another big brother. Well...
Uh-oh! Micah kind of like, his eyes widen at the another big brother and he moves back a step.
Prior smiles and he's actually, it's actually quite toothy. And he says, don't worry. I hypothetically have not pursued that role for a while.
Then isn't that even more of a reason to hypothetically not... I don't know much about the syndicates, but I know that the middle in particular,
they value loyalty and vengeance. I, by all accounts and purposes, vanished. And I think it's about time, it seems, I make a reappearance. I think this has to be our angle. This is the only lead on a Golden Bough we have, and with what we heard from Nero, it sounds like this Limbus company they talked about is also hunting down knowledge. And they seem to have a lot more resources than we do. This might be the only lead on a Golden Bough we have that they don't have. Assuming that these things are so valuable that the corps are willing to go so far, companies are searching for them. I don't think we have another choice.
Micah just kind of hangs his head and says, I'm sorry to have not been able to give to all of you what you gave to me. Unfortunately, I don't have any information on the whereabouts of any other Golden Boughs.
That's fine, Micah. This is more than we could ask you for, honestly.
Oh, but there is one thing. You all must have. He kind of gestures at your ego. Found that in one of the fallen L Corp facilities. Those are the places where they tend to turn up.
The Golden Boughs.
Yes.
Prior furrows his eyebrow and makes a mental note to phone Ange later.
Yes, no, they, he just kind of nods and keeps talking and says, I mean, obviously some of them have been passed around, changed hands, changed owners, depending on who gets which one first. But no, they've been found. As far as I'm aware, the origins of them all have been underground remnants of old Lobotomy Corporation branches. Every single one so far, at least from what I've heard, seems to have one. Of course, I'm not working on much info, and there's a lot of rumors going around, and I've been out of the game for a bit since I took my leave, but if you four are already scrounging around L Corp facilities.
Prior notes that and nods and says, I appreciate that. That's incredible knowledge. Still, if we can recover this one, we know it exists. Maybe... No, let's not get greedy. We'll only need one after all. But if the worst comes to worst and we can't retrieve it, that will be a fallback option.
Micah nods and says, I do hope you are able to.
Micah, I assume returning to K Corp is not an option for you.
I don't think I can go back there. I don't know if Actually, I'm not sure where I can go at this point. I was in J Corp and then ended up in their prisons not long after. Micah looks very uncertain, actually.
There is hypothetically somewhere safe you can go. It's perhaps the safest place, I would argue, in the entire city.
Oh?
Prior looks at the cast, looks at the assembled managers, and he looks back and says, hypothetically, if one of those fallen L Corp facilities had been cleared out and all the dangers were removed from it, it might be somewhere safe for people to find themselves.
Micah You can see that he looks very tempted at this. And he says, hypothetically, that does sound like a safe place, and one that I would hope to find my way to. For the moment,
You have business you need to attend to.
he nods his head at that and says,
Prior nods and says, "You were torn from whatever you were doing in J Corp. I understand that you were probably on your own mission."
I do have some things to handle. But I don't know how, if I needed to ever find that sort of place, I would be able to.
Prior holds up a finger and steps out of the silence field and calls out to the captain and says, "I apologize, comrade. We've asked you for so much already, but you wouldn't happen to have another spare radio tablet sitting around, would you?"
I do! He pulls out another one of the radio tablets.
Terribly sorry to rely on your generosity for so much. Perhaps perhaps the robotics expert might stick around with you all for a little bit. Maybe his services would be helpful.
The captain's eyes light up at that, and he says, "We would be happy to have another comrade to join our cause."
Prior smiles and says, "I'll see if he's willing." And Prior does return into the nulling field and passes it to Micah.
Micah takes it and says,
Here, add our information. And Prior does hand over his own tablet to sync up with Micah's.
Micah does so and says, "Thank you. Yes, no, thank you."
Ed, if you need to use this, and you can't reach any of us, head to the fallen L Corp district. I'm sure from there might be, hypothetically, some people who could help you. But please, try and contact us first.
I don't think someone like me would be able to travel through a fallen nest like that. But that is good to know if this hypothetical ever arises. And a smile actually cracks his up till now completely nervous face.
A purely hypothetical, of course.
Yes.
While you are under no compulsion to do anything more from us, I release you from any obligation or debt you feel. You are free to live your life as you choose. The Eurodva here are doing good work, and they're inventors. I'm not sure what your own responsibilities or missions are, but they seem very amicable people, and probably the only people here in J Corp who aren't trying to put you into debt. They might be willing to help you if you're willing to help them.
Well, I do need a stationary workshop. This seems as good as one of any, and I could use some more technologically inclined minds to bounce ideas off of.
Prior nods and holds out his hand for Micah to shake.
Micah takes it without hesitation this time.
Thank you, Micah, for everything. And I wish you the best of luck with whatever the future holds for you.
Thank you. I do the same to the four of you. I may be released from any debts I have to you four, but you still did save my life and save me from rotting in that prison.
Prior smiles and says, I would have hoped anyone would have done the same for me.
Most wouldn't, but... Oh, sorry.
No, you're entirely correct, but that's why we do it. Either way, You know what, actually, if you are staying here, he looks at the rest of the managers and said, maybe we should leave. We actually should try and get back to the RV, and we should try and do so as quietly and quickly as possible.
Sounds good.
After you.
Prior steps away first. If anyone else has anything to say to Micah, Prior is waiting out by the door for everyone else.
So now's the time. If any of you do have anything to say to him.
No, I mean, I don't think Merru really does. I think he'll just follow after Prior.
Kai does not either.
Does Miix have anything that they'd like to say to Micah?
I think Miix just observes Micah for a bit, but it's nothing really to be said.
Micah observes Miix back, just kind of looking them up and down again. They look a little bit embarrassed. He looks a little bit embarrassed almost, like...
What is it?
Oh, no, I just was surprised how forward you were when meeting, I mean.
Miix sighs. Well, offer still stands in the future.
I can't pass up a research opportunity.
Research. Right. And Miix turns and leaves.
Micah kind of blinks confused, like they're not sure what Miix meant by that. But as you all head out of the hideout, I believe this is a good time to call our intermission. So we will be back with the second half of the session when we return. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for coming in and sticking around for our intermission. And I am very excited for the second half of the session. And to give a quick recap of things. So, our four managers had a chance to discuss things after Kai's distortion and the she fight, and all had some conversations with one another where Prior and Merru talked about their connections with Onsen and Fratiad, Kai thanked both Miix and Merru for helping him out before Prior approached Kai. And the two of them talked about what it was like going through their distortions. And Prior also brought up his past, which Kai is privy to. They then all arrived at the casino, where they were able to rescue Micah from the prisons there. Although, unfortunately, they had to pay a bunch of extra fees and fines for the taxes to the head, to W Corp for what they did at the station, and to J Corp. As they were leaving, they were stopped by Los Mariachis, who threw some more money at them and had them all dance before they all headed with Micah to the EuroDVA's hideout. There, Micah was able to fill them in on the fact that a Golden Bough might be their ticket for what they're trying to accomplish. Although he did warn them all that it's ended up in the possession of a big brother in U Corp. And now, as the managers prepare to head back to their RV, they're stopped by the captain of the EuroDVA, who says, yes, before you go, where are you all headed next?
Prior looks over, and the captain has been nothing but an ally to them, so Prior doesn't want to look at him with any suspicion, but he does say, out of the district, is there a reason you want to know?
Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm asking because I imagine you're all not from here, but there are EuroDVA in, well, throughout a lot of the districts, let's say. If you're headed somewhere, I could probably get in contact with them for you.
Oh. Prior is genuinely moved, as always, by an actual legitimate offer for help. We're heading through T Corp and making a stop at U Corp.
Oh, T Corp! I know there's some EuroDVA over there. If you're going to be stopping there.
No, we're just going to be passing through for a few days. Oh no. Oh no, how could I be so stupid?
What?
We're passing through T Corp for a few days to get to U Corp. Prior's looking at them like they should know what that means.
Kai probably should know what that means.
Actually,
Yeah.
I don't believe Kai's ever been to T Corp before.
No, I guess not.
Yeah. Prior looks between all of them and says, "The time tax. We'll have to pay for the time tax. Not just our passports and entry and border fees, we're also going to need to pay for every single day we're there, so we have enough hours in the day to actually get through. And if this is all your first time in T Corp, you're all going to need watches, and that has an additional... Miix, could you run some numbers for me?
Sure, I guess.
Alright, here,
The captain, I imagine, has realized this is a sensitive conversation and has backed off to go give you all some space.
Could I roll an academics intelligence to try and no, you know what? I actually
Oh.
you know what? I'm gonna take half. And could you just send me those numbers real quick?
Yes.
Would taking half would 2 successes be enough to know how much this is gonna cost us?
I'm gonna be real. I'll say 2 successes is enough. It's not. This isn't like complicated math.
Hidden information.
Yeah, especially with Pryor's information that he has from where he's traveled before or where he's planned to travel before. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Well, we're registering as a corporate group, which means we're going to have to pay for time tax for all of you at the corporate rate. And we are going to have to pay for the tearful, the additional cargo we have because it's biological, and we don't want them asking more questions if they scan it, and we certainly can't have them searching the RV. So, because we're paying for a corporate group and we're staying for more than 48 hours, we're going to need to purchase bundled time, so that's going to be 7 days minimum, 5 people, and an additional fee if we pass through the nest, which we are definitely going to need to pass through the nest. If we route around the back street, we give the Shi too much time to catch up to us, especially if they have resources. They could purchase more hours in the day than we have, and trust me, you do not want to fight someone who has more hours in a day than you do. So, passport fee, an additional background check fee, because we have an active bounty on us. That's 200 million on.
What?
200 million on.
No, I heard you.
Be thankful I don't have to be included in the rate. And while we're here and crunching numbers, actually, I finished doing my report of the damage to the RV, and we're gonna have to reinforce the puncture holes. While we're here in J Corp, we are gonna probably want to armor the tires and wheels. The back streets have been rather harsh on them. So we're replacing the tires, the windows, the fridge, the cabinet. The bathroom's fine, but one of the fragments hit the engine.
Seriously.
Kai has his head in his hands right now.
I ran the numbers, and to get the repairs done... Have you ever heard of the triangle where things are either fast, cheap, or good?
Yeah.
We need it to be good and we need it to be fast. I searched around and the lowest price I could find was 50 million on to be on the road by tomorrow. But that still leaves us with a couple million on. You're so evil, Cinna.
Yep, you're all currently at 73,043,000.
Well, and Pryor goes, and then we have to pay for U Corp's nest emigration fee. It's a little cheaper because we are moving from T Corp's nest into U Corp's nest. So we don't have to pay the additional backstreet fee. However, we are, again, bringing a large RV. That's also going to include road tax and transportation cost and weighing and the additional security check. Do you want the bad news or the good news?
It doesn't matter.
Well, the bad news is that's another 70 million on.
What?
The good news is, we get a free stay at a U Corp Nest vacation resort included in our purchase.
Wow, that's great.
And now I do want to set aside some of our money for the purposes of bribes we'll have to pay and additional fees and costs. We can prepay them at the border and effectively skip having to directly deal with anyone by just paying all the palm grease up front. And I suspect from my own experience and memory, it's gonna be about 2 million on, assuming that no one extorts us for anymore.
2 million. You do realize how much that leaves us with?
Perfectly so. That's 1,043,000 on.
Right. Okay. I mean, that's not much, but that is something that you can stretch. You can stretch that money.
Yes. It should be enough. And that prepays, prior to trying to look on the bright side, that prepays for everything. We don't have to spend any more on than that on any administrative business. That gets us right to U Corp. It doesn't pay for a boat when we get there, but...
Okay, what? What's the but?
Well, no, we can deal with that when we get there. And I'm sure we'll make some on the road. We can always, pick up. We've always managed to scrounge.
Right. Okay.
We can feed, clothe, and pay for ourselves off of that. Get ourselves to U Corp, and from there, I'm sure we can find someone who we can negotiate with. In fact, if it's a party boat, there might be ships taking us right to it. So, might not cost us anything at all. We won't know till we get there. If nothing else, every on we made mattered. That was the point. We worked together, and we made enough that if we were short any on, we would not be able to get to our destination. This should be enough to get us all the way back home. So, good work, everyone. Let's round back to the RV.
Right.
And would you all like to head back to the RV?
Yeah, having just spent, I think, literally like 22 million on.
Yep. You all.
You're so evil. You are so evil,
Yeah.
Cinna. You sent me
Cinna,
the
you're a
list of
sick
costs.
man.
Yes. Listen. They love their taxes and fees and fines and bribes, okay? But as you all head back to the RV, you all notice
like this
a
music choice.
notice on the outside of the RV.
Oh, good.
What?
Oh, good.
Oh no. Oh no.
Would any of you like to grab the notice?
Yes.
Merru.
Yes. Merru would love to grab this notice on the outside of the RV.
It is a parking ticket from J Corp for 1 million on.
No.
Wait, you said 1 million?
Yeah, for 1 million on.
What?
Which is an absurd amount if you convert that to from won to USD. But yes, a 1 million on parking ticket from J Corp.
Me.
About how much is that, would you say, in USD?
I believe that's about 700 USD dollars.
That's so cool. That's awesome.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's for the entire time that we were here and they were just like waiting for us to like get to an absurd amount.
Long.
Were they
You know,
waiting for us to get
it's
paid?
like when you steal from like a Ross and they like count up how much, or a Target, and they count up how much you steal, and then they like, you know, they only,
Yes.
you know what
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
You have a feeling there's a bunch of fine print. There's a lot of like legal jargon and stuff that I'm not gonna bother like reading aloud. But you essentially find a parking ticket saying that you have been in unauthorized parking spots for the past days that you have been here. And J Corp is fining you for having done so when you should have known.
Oh my god. Merru, he is staring at this notice. And you can just see it like shaking in his hands as his prosthetic hand grips down on it. And he slowly turns to the group and says, "You know, it's really weird. I swear, just a few days ago, I was really worried about us getting a parking ticket. A parking ticket for 1 million on."
Prior looks down at the ground and all of his eyes find the rocks under his feet really interesting all of a sudden.
You also all at this point standing outside the RV start to smell something burning from inside.
Oh my god!
Is it on fire?
I honest to god thought that you were gonna be like, someone comes up and mugs you for the last 43,000.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, no, Merru, he immediately picks up on the smell, and he's like, what? He doesn't even wait more than half a second. Wait, can we just open the door? Do we have to do that, like, knock thing for Yuna?
You usually would do you all have a way to unlock the door. I imagine it's kept locked, but you all have a set of keys among the four of you.
Okay.
Do you bother with the knock thing, or do you just storm in?
I feel like we smell burning, we should storm in.
I feel like we should storm in, yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. We thought, like, Prior pulls out the key, we unlatch it, Miix hits the button on the tablet to disable the automatic lock, and Prior throws open the door and lets Merru enter first.
Merru, absolutely. If he wasn't allowed to enter first, he would push by you guys to enter first. What is going on, Mr. DM?
So, when you enter the RV, you're hit by smoke.
I really thought you were gonna say like a bullet or something, like she was inside the RV.
Yes, actually, roll initiative. No, you all come in, and you can see the smoke's coming from the kitchen area of the RV.
No.
Do you run over?
Yes, absolutely.
There is a very panicked Yuna who is currently, like, somehow the sink is on fire, first of all. The sink is on fire.
The sink is on fire?
Yes, the sink is on fire. Yuna's
honestly
turned
goated
on the faucet. It seems to be making the fire worse, rather than better.
Do you think there's some kind of like oil in the water from like one of the...
No, that's exactly what they dumped an oil pan into the sink and are filling it with water so the oil is slowly rising to the top.
Oh my god.
You also can all see burnt pasta everywhere on the floor. and a bunch of the pots and pans, some of them looking very damaged, are just spread about. Yuna seems to have registered the fact that there is suddenly noise and immediately tries to hide, thinking that someone's broken in, and just like cowers, like with their hands over their head.
Where does Yuna try and hide?
Yeah.
In this RV full of potential hiding places, where does our competent master Yuna decide to hide?
Yuna looks around the kitchen. There's smoke. Sees the little like cupboard area, I imagine, under the sink, and tries to throw themselves in there, and it's not working very well.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh!
Merru, upon seeing this, if you could see his eye right now, his prosthetic eye, it would be not looking too good. He storms over there, and he's just like frantically storms over and he goes, "What are you doing?
Please don't kill me! Please don't kill me!
What are you doing?
Oh.
How in the what the fuck did you do, Yuna?
Merru, hi.
Yuna, hi. What did you do? What fire? What?
Was, trying to make, I was attempting to make, pasta
Yuna,
for
there's a fire.
all of...
Pasta.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. And Merru will attempt to put out this fire before they get into any kind of conversation.
Do we
I
have
won't make
like
you roll. I won't make you.
flour
I'm sorry, were
to
you
throw
gonna
on
ask,
for
Kai?
that? Well, like, do we have like, like powder to throw onto it to, or like something to
Does-
cover it so it goes out?
Yeah, or what if does the RV come with a fire extinguisher?
Oh,
I imagine it does.
yeah.
Or-
I mean, yeah, it
Yeah.
would.
Yeah,
I mean, Kai carries safety equipment around with him everywhere.
that's true. That's true. Would Kai have anything?
Yeah. Should I roll to make something?
Yeah, you
Would you like to?
Yeah, that would be
You can
great.
take extra bonus dice from prior.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Is there like a DC for this?
I would say it's like a DC too.
Okay.
Oh, you should have 6 dice for this because I don't think it adds in your specialty, so it should be 6 dice for you.
Is that including or not including prior?
That is not yeah, that's not including prior.
Okay, sick.
Okay.
Well, I did it.
Well, that's something.
Yeah.
So do you know exactly what Kai makes, or?
An oil fire, okay. I'm sorry, this is such a stupid question, but like,
No, what is it?
like, okay, you usually cover the heat source, so like, I guess it's gotta be some kind of maybe like a cookie sheet or something. That's something that's big enough to cover the sink.
You
Is
are.
that close enough to save you?
Yeah, you're able to pull something like
Okay.
that out. You
Yeah,
absolutely
you
can.
probably have a fire blanket.
That's true. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll use a fire blanket. I just figured because it was
I don't know anything about safety.
it's an oil fire, so it's usually good to just like cover it with the thing. Also, it's like liquid. You know? So.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, just like a large pan, like a large device.
Something to cover the sink so that there's no more oxygen going to it and the fire goes out. Yeah.
Yeah, you are able to do that, and you're able to put the fire in the sink out. Yuna's just watching, kind of looking horrified, just at
Merru-
the
Wow.
situation.
Merru's trembling.
Well, Prior walks over to Yuna because Prior has been in a great mood as of late and is trying to keep spirits high. Prior walks over and he puts a hand on Yuna's shoulder and says, "The gesture was greatly appreciated. I understand you were trying to do something nice for us. It really does show that you are doing everything you can. I personally very much appreciate it. And I'm sure everyone else
Don't finish that
would.
sentence.
If Prior looks at Yuna and like there is a genuine like there's just a genuine like attempt to communicate something that cannot be communicated with words. It's like I will throw myself in front of a bullet for you, but I cannot take this bullet for you because it will pass through me and hit you.
Yuna's just hanging their head. They seem to understand that. When you first put a hand on them, they flinched for a moment, but then seemed to relax when you actually spoke to them and seemed to. But they seem scared to look in Merru's direction.
Good.
Trying to inch closer, like there's that pleading in their eyes, you know, like when they're like, please don't leave me to this.
Prior keeps a comforting hand on Yuna's shoulder because it's all Prior can do.
Merru is glaring so hard at Yuna that you can actually see through the his Justicia wrappings a thin trail of teal start to leak from it. And he's like, Yuna,
Yeah.
did you think this was some kind of science experiment or something that you could just do for fun?
No, I wasn't. I didn't think. I figured that.
Clearly you didn't think. Why on earth would you do something that you don't know how to do when there are people here who can do the thing?
Well, I mean, I figured it couldn't be that hard if.
Why? If what, Yuna? If what?
If someone like.
If I could do it?
I didn't say that, but
That's what you're thinking, isn't it?
Yuna can't look at Merru. Yuna keeps glancing over at Prior, like for help, and like looking
Gonna
towards Miix.
They're not gonna help you. Maybe Miix will. They're not gonna help you though. Yuna, if that's what you think, say it.
I didn't think it'd be that hard to do if you were able to figure it out. It's just cooking, right?
Right. And I'm just some backstreets rat. Right. Right?
Yuna's not able to look at Merru.
I'll take that as a yes. And Merru.
shit.
What? Merru pauses and he just kind of stares at Pascal, and he's like, "Very nice, Pascal." Anyway, and he tries to take a deep breath. then
Prior
look-
tries to take the opportunity to say, listen, Yuna, I'm sure that's not what you meant, and
That is what they meant.
Hmm.
If it wasn't true, they could say no. Say no, Yuna.
I mean, Yuna's just not able to look at Merru at all. I suppose I should have figured that it would be a bit more difficult. I mean, that's... Yuna stops themselves before they say that's District 23 specialty. But you can tell that was about to leave their tongue.
Merru is... He nods his head and he goes, "That's the answer." Listen. And Merru, he turns away from Yuna now. And he roughly slams their parking ticket onto the counter. And he says, "Do you all understand how how little money we have right now? Do we all understand this? Because
Our
everyone's way
resources-
too casual right now."
Yeah.
Placing blame isn't going to help the situation. We have to deal with the resources we have.
Resources! Look at... Listen, maybe I just need to show you what resources we have. And Merru will open up the pantry. He'll be like, first of all, we're out of things like vegetables and whatnot. Mr. Pryor is a vegetarian. He will not eat meat, the little meat that we have left. So that's a whole issue. We did have that solved by things like pasta and whatnot. But guess what? That was our last box of pasta. Now look in this pantry and let's see what we have in the pantry. Guess what? Not much. Definitely not much for 5 people going through multiple districts, going on a boat, potentially, however long that takes. We don't have much. We don't have much, but you know what we do have, actually? We do have something. We do have something. And Merru will start pulling out a couple of spices from the pantry. And he goes, courtesy of Manager Miix, who, when we last went shopping for our important resources, decided that it was so important to gather these things. We have salt and pepper. We have white pepper because regular pepper wasn't good enough. We have paprika for some fucking reason. We have garlic powder and garlic salt. And meat tenderizer. That one makes no sense. You just gotta cook the meat well enough and it's already tender. We have these jams and spreads that we didn't need. Sounds like a great dinner, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Merru, I understand that you have not been given a lot to work with, and I understand. But it's not like we did the right thing. We had to spend the money we had to spend, and the money that we didn't get, it shouldn't have been ours.
I'm not necessarily talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that with the money that we did have before, we could have more food right now. We could, actually, Mr. Pryor, you're not even in the clear on this either. I know that there was at least a couple nights where we had more food when we went to bed than we had when we woke up. Now, if that was somebody else, please let me know, but I'm pretty sure that was you.
I will take responsibility for the things I've done, yes. I have
Yes.
always struggled to sleep on an empty stomach, so I've
Yes.
indulged in leftovers, but
Yes. I'm sure you have.
what do you want? None of us are perfect.
Clearly.
Yes, we've been a little lackadaisical with our resources, but we've always managed to pull it off.
Right. And how would you suppose we are going to pull this off this time with our very limited money? You were so lucky that when we were in the Fallen Nest, that I got a little bit more money from a body that I looted. That at least could get us a little bit more food, but it's not going to last us. Especially now that we have an extra mouth to feed. With Yuna, I bought the resources with specific thoughts in mind of how we were going to make that spread. And it didn't help that Miix decided every now and then that they were just going to cook because they just wanted to. Which messed with that, and I just wish. I just wish that you all would take this, would have taken this seriously, like I've taken this so seriously this whole time.
emotions are running very high right now. I can tell this has made you upset, and I don't want anyone to get any more upset. Let's all take a breather. Maybe we have enough money to eat tonight. We're all clearly a little hungry, and we're all clearly a little tired.
Right. Well, I'm sure you guys can all figure out something to eat tonight.
Yuna looks incredibly concerned at the phrasing of that. They haven't. This entire time they've probably been very quiet and are still kind of hiding behind Prior a bit, especially when Merru called them out by name. And they're just watching him warily, like they're expecting him to snap.
Merru.
Let's
briefly
all
glances
take
at
a
the others as
breather.
well. Right.
Let's all
breather.
Yes, I think we've all said things, and we've all have a lot to think about. So let's give each other some space so we don't. Yuna, how about you come look at the engine with me for a moment?
Yeah, I can, do that.
Prior pats Yuna twice on the shoulder and gives them like a comforting squeeze and says, "Yeah, let's go do that."
Okay. Yuna's kind of looking behind at the mess, like they're not sure if they should try to clean that up.
Prior does whisper to them, "Not right now, Yuna. Not right now."
Okay. And Yuna will follow Prior.
Merru absolutely is watching them go, almost like because he's low key. It's not like it is in combat, but he's low key locked onto Yuna, with that teal still pouring from his from Justicia, and he's glaring at both of them actually, but he's mostly focused on Yuna as they go.
Yuna's eyes, as they go, keep flitting to Merru, and they've been keeping an eye on you all. They know what Justicia means, and they are very relieved to be out of Merru's sightline.
And once Merru no longer has to be locked onto Yuna, he looks over at Miix and Kai, see if they have anything to say.
I feel apologies would feel empty right now, so I just hope you know that I will do whatever I can in the ways of earning a little bit of extra cash if it makes it easier for us all to survive. Where I can, at least.
Merru, he clearly is still angry, but he hears Kai and he slowly, shakily exhales and he goes, "Thank you
Kai.
Kai grimaces and nods. That's all he has to say.
Miix has been silent. They know that Merru just needs to scream and shout. There's no point in trying to say anything. Surprised, they even feel surprised themselves, just that they're not even riled up.
Right. Okay. Well. This needs to be cleaned up. The whatever Yuna was using to cook needs to be thrown out. It's not usable anymore. It's more trouble than it's worth. I am going to I'm going to go on away. I need to have a moment.
Mhm.
And Merru, he kind of just takes stock of everything around him and looks like he wants to pull at his hair, but then stops, and then he simply leaves the kitchen area.
Miix, Kai, do either of you have anything you do when he leaves?
Forgive me for this isn't super plot relevant, and also you can just shoot me down. Would it be possible for them to kind of clean up the mess a little bit while everyone else is out of the kitchen? Like, not like the whole scene out of it or anything, just like that be a thing that happens?
Yes, absolutely. You can have Kai start cleaning up.
Alright, cool. Yeah, that's all. He doesn't say anything, that's just his, he owes it because a lot of this mess was Yuna, but also, like, he sees the splinters in the wall, and I know that that's permanent damage to the RV, but at least, he can fix the fixable, yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, Kai's able to do that. Miix, is there anything that Miix does or Miix is feeling?
Miix will help clean. They're not going to say anything, though.
Mm.
And I would say, Merru, where did you storm off to?
Honestly, usually in these moments, Merru goes to the bathroom, but I think because Merru does two things when he's in the RV. He either goes and he cooks for the group, or he goes and he keeps watch for the group. I think he wants to feel like he's doing something helpful for his own sake. I think he's going to go to the roof so he can keep watch, because the last thing they need is to have everything go on and then something happen out of nowhere. So he wants to go keep watch.
All right, Merru, you head up to the roof to keep watch. And I would say after some time, I imagine Yuna and Fire separate as Yuna goes to find Miix. With Yuna turns once more to Fire and is just like, thank you. It looks like it took a lot out of them to say that.
Listen, Yuna. I know what it's like to leave a world where you're in charge and have sure responsibilities you have to look out for. But then suddenly to be in a place where everything feels like a mistake and you cannot possibly live up to the expectations.
Yeah.
But you will.
Yeah.
Yuna, you will rise to the occasion. I don't know how you'll do it, because I still couldn't figure out how I managed to do it eventually. But you're smart, you're hardworking, you've gotten us out of a lot of messes before. Your intelligence and strategy are second to none. I see inside of you incredible potential. In your heart, you are a guardian. Even if the one I saw was warped and twisted, there are some truths to the things that Golden Light said, and one of the ones I agree with them with is that you are a protector. And you'll figure it out in your own way. I'm just gonna roll this for my own sake.
Absolutely, go for it.
Okay, yeah.
Yuna, you can tell that there is a light that seems to come back to their eyes, even as their face flushes and they seem very embarrassed, very just surprised by the words, especially it coming from Prior. And despite how they kind of lower their head and seem like they're trying to brush it off, just saying like, you always say such embarrassing things.
Just smiles and nods and says, I'll work on it.
It's not, I didn't say it was bad. I just said it was not. Thank you,
You're welcome.
Prior.
And don't worry. Everyone needs to hear something sometimes.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure you have more important things to do than talk to this old man. I've got to go. Just keep an eye on some things. The engine, the area. He pats Yuna twice more on the shoulder, gives them another reassuring squeeze, and heads back towards the front of the RV.
Yuna actually cracks a smile at that and just kind of mutters another thank you. And as Prior heads back towards there, Yuna kind of takes a deep breath, curls their hand into a fist and says, I am going to. I want to be able to guard this place. And we'll go to find their boss.
Prior nods his head and smiles.
And where would Yuna find Miix?
Once they've cleaned up the mess, Miix is probably sat on one of the sat near one of their desks, just fiddling around on the tablet.
Boss, do you need any assistance? with things.
I thought you were going to help Prior.
I did. He's got some more things he's handling, and I know that I'm more equipped for handling if there's any hacking or that stuff of the sort we need done.
We just have to change everyone's name in the system for when we travel through the border.
I got it. That shouldn't be an issue at all.
That's not an issue. The way you treat Merru is an issue.
Mm-mm. They look like they're about to ask, "What do you mean?" But they can kind of tell what you mean. What do you want me to do?
What? Miix pauses. You asked me what I want you to do.
I mean, with what you said about Merru, I don't think he likes me very much. I don't fully understand what you're asking of me to do when it comes to how I treat him. I think I've been perfectly civil.
Have you? The way you talk to him, the way you treat him. What was it you said? If he can do it, can't be that hard.
Well, I mean, looks like they're about to start trying to defend themselves, and then they shut their mouth and just kind of...
No, say it. Say it. Go ahead.
I feel like I'll try to make an effort for you.
You'll try?
I will.
For me? Okay. So, you're not even gonna mean it. You're just gonna... Just because you think that'll make me happy.
I thought it would.
What I want you to do is to be, I don't know, a decent human being.
Yuna flinches at that. Like, it actually seems to have hurt them, like, to hear that, and they just kind of say, I'll try to be better, boss. And they kind of just hang their head.
You won't try, you will.
I will be better, boss. I won't.
Look at me in the eyes when you say that.
Yuna slowly lifts their head. You can see the one bang keeps slipping into one of their eyes, but they've managed to look at you with their other eye. I will be better, boss.
Good. Miix sighs and rubs their temple. I don't want you to embarrass me like that again. Am I understood?
Understood. I won't. I can't. Yuna's just face is completely red at this point. Like they look utterly mortified.
Miix sees that, and then their eyes widen, and they grit their teeth, and curl their hand up into a fist and just gently hit their forehead.
Boss, are you alright?
I'm fine. Just please, Yuna. Just please.
Yuna just kind of blinks like they're not sure what you want them to do.
Sit down. Sit down. We need to get this done.
Right. Yeah, I can do this. I'm good at this. Yuna will sit down and will...
And it's time for the roll.
That it is.
So, what are we rolling, lovely DM? I assume technology plus intelligence.
Yes, if you could roll me at technology plus intelligence, you can add on for Yuna 2 extra dice, and for
Gotcha.
Pascal 1 extra dice. So 3
Cool.
extra dice total.
What is the DC?
The DC would be a DC 3.
Mhm.
But there would be some basically a DC 3 is your baseline for just making sure you can change the names around and making it look solid. If you can hit a DC 5, it'll basically be airtight.
Let's see. I think I have enough dice. I don't need to use desperation here, so I will just roll. You know what? We'll get a couple extra. I'll use a willpower here. 1 extra. I'll take it.
All right. So you hit the DC 5. You're able to change everyone's names in the system for border travel, make sure everything is updated and all good. As you're doing so, Pascal's doing little tricks around, beeping happily, completely oblivious to any tension between the two of you.
I think at a point, Miix just sparks. Pascal, down.
Pascal beeps confused and then just kind of slowly whirs to the ground.
Yeah. But I imagine as they finish... Here's a question for you, Mr. DM.
Yes, of course.
Once they finish, does Yuna leave, or are they just frozen? Like, what is...
I think when they finish, Yuna's just kind of sitting there, almost as if they're expecting another order. or to be told what to do.
Mix curls up one hand again into a fist, and I think in their head they just hear another voice, and it's a voice they hear occasionally. It's just a quick sentence from a figure from the unnamed man. Upon stopping useless, you cut them off. And Miix looks up and looks at Yuna and stares at them.
Yuna looks back.
Does Yuna have a hand on the table?
They do. One of their hands is still resting on the table and shaking a little.
It looks agonizingly painful for Miix. But they reach a hand across and grab Yuna's hand.
What? I mean, Miix.
They flinch when Yuna says Miix, but they just say, I understand.
What do you understand, Miix?
I understand what you were trying to do. Just please. Like,
Please.
you have to be better. Not just for me, but for your own sake.
You hear the word try start slipping out, and then Yuna catches themselves and says, I'll be better.
Have to be better. Just keep trying.
I will.
Starts with don't. No matter what, you have to change how you view people. That starts with Merru.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll change my thinking around. And Yuna kind of furrows their brows, like they're not
Miix.
quite sure how to begin, but
Miix lets go of Yuna's hand and looks at Yuna. And for a moment, they think about what Nero told them during the duel. About why he was the way he was. How people are the way they are. Miix doesn't know if this will work. They want it to. But they're not even sure if they have any belief left in them. And with a loud exhale, they stand up from the table. Up, Pascal, they say.
Pascal beeps and rises.
All right. Just try.
I'll do so.
And learn. This, and it seems like they hesitate for a moment, and they say, maybe the way that you used to think is the way that this world makes people, but and they seem like they're looking for, they seem that they know how they want to end that sentence, but then they falter. And they just end with, just try. And I think they probably step away.
Yuna watches them go. They look as if they want to say something, but they're not sure what. And then I think they just kind of put their head in their hands on the table. And Pascal comes down and kind of beeps at them, and
There is one small detail,
oh yes,
if I could add. I will say,
absolutely.
because we do have two devices now, and I imagine that Miix and Yuna are probably doing their work on their on the respective devices. Is that fair to say?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I think then Yuna will. This will be the last thing, and then we can go to the next scene. Yuna will get a message on theirs.
Yuna looks down at the message.
It's just a simple 4 words. I believe in you. And that's it.
Seeing that, Yuna like reads that and then keeps just staring at it as their face flushes a bit. And they kind of just look up at Pascal and say, I'm gonna be better. I can't embarrass boss again like that. And Pascal just beeps at them. Thanks. And Yuna puts their head back down in their hands. And I think next is Kai up to anything?
There was talk from Kai earlier. Obviously him and Miix finished cleaning quite a while ago. And he's been just trying to keep himself out of everyone's way while other stuff was happening. But earlier Kai and Pryor spoke before Kai felt that he had fully, I suppose, gathered his thoughts about everything. And he is the type to if something has to be spoken about, he'd rather just rip off the Band-Aid and do it immediately, even if maybe he hasn't fully thought it through yet. It's as good as it's gonna get if he's gonna say something soon. And if Pryor isn't busy, he would try to speak with him. Again, pull him aside somewhere. If possible, well, I know not the roof because Mary's there. If possible, like the driver and passenger seat again. You know, it's just somewhere because like it's personal.
Pryor has like the panel at the front of the RV like down, so we can work on the engine through the front seat, so he doesn't have to step outside. So you will find Pryor in the passenger seat, head buried under the panel, and when he hears you approach, he will pop his head out.
Hi. I know it was just a little bit ago that you offered to be there to talk, but I think I just wasn't. There are things that I wanted to say that I hadn't found the words for yet, but I think now's as good a time as any. I mean, we don't really get a lot of breaks between fighting for our lives, so I figured if you weren't too busy.
Pryor puts down a wrench, takes off his gloves, gestures for Kai to make himself comfortable in the driver's seat.
When Kai sits in the car seat, I think he's going to make a conscious effort to actually look at Pryor while talking to him. He turns his whole body towards him, tucking his legs under himself. And even though it is very difficult to maintain eye contact with Pryor, it's still something that he'd like to do for his sake. It feels more equal, and he feels that that's the direction that Pryor wants the relationship to go, and he thinks is a good idea for, you know, in terms of being friends, they should be equals.
Pryor faces Kai with his knees outstretched on either side of the seat, his arms resting lazily below his lap, his elbows resting on his legs as he leans into Kai ever so slightly and has his head turned a little bit, so his good ear is like, they're both good ears, but his right side is closer to Kai, and he seems to be putting all of his concentration, but not like all of his focus on Kai, where he's receptive but not burrowing holes in him.
Mm-hmm. I know I don't always say things outright. You know how I can get around you especially. But I feel that I owe you some explanation for kind of everything, even if it means telling you things that I'd rather not, or that are hard to talk about. And Kai, when he's alone with Pryor, Kai feels kind of, you know, and there's nothing else to look at. He feels a bit bad. Like, when they're in a group, you know, he can kind of bounce off the others, but when it's one-on-one, it's like the progress socially that he feels that he's made, when he actually has to look at the man he's talking to in the eyes, like there's a canyon of distance between them, and Kai knows that it's mostly on his own. It's, you know, he's the reason that that's the case. But he manages to power through and start speaking. So, a long time ago, like before I had even met you, I once read this book. I don't remember the title anymore, but I know it was inspired by Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. I noticed it sitting in an old client's bookcase, and I needed something to fill the silence after he fell asleep. I picked it randomly, but I don't know. I found that it resonated deeply with me. What was written, there was a particular section that I felt I had to show someone who was important to me back then, who I thought would appreciate it, and so I ripped it out. And I think you might like it too. I carry it everywhere I go. It's like a tie to the person that I used to be, someone who had time to read books in nice houses, even if it was a new house every night. There is a pause as Kai reaches into the collar of his jacket to pull out the tattered book page. Pryor doesn't have to say anything if he doesn't want to, but, Blue Yapper.
Pryor is being quiet for once.
Mhm.
For once, it's not really his turn to speak. He simply nods and says, I would love to hear it.
And he, unfolds this super tattered book page that has to be around a decade old. Actually, probably somewhere around that. And begins to read, probably looking just a little bit embarrassed because this is, in a way, a performance. We are Frankenstein's monsters of our own creation, favoring the pieces of ourselves we want to be, while hauling the burden of all the limbs we wish we could leave behind. We're disciples of the belief that love doesn't exist because no one's reminded us that our hearts weren't left on the workbench, and we are broken mirrors destined to show altered reflections of one another. We may be hostile at first, but it's only because we've met in the unfortunate circumstance of our inescapable selves. Either we must continue to believe that we are monsters who will eventually learn to love, or consider that we were never monsters to begin with, and we've known how to love all this time. And Kai refolds the page and tenderly tucks it back into his coat, and turns to look at Pryor again. To me, you were never a monster for who you were. I already know that you know that, but I've since learned that you aren't infallible either. You're a person, and one I've always cared for greatly. I wasn't always following the man that I do now, but my admiration for you has truly only grown. The change within you, I can tell it weighs less on you to go through your day-to-day, even if it's still difficult. It feels real. Now looking back, it's so clear that you weren't happy, and it breaks my heart a little bit to know that I was a part of that. I've never really seen other people as equal, and any progress I made on that front, before I ever even met you, vanished when you've seen the scars. You know how irrationally fearful I am of some things. I hated myself, and I still saw others as beneath me. Somehow, even though I was scum, so, you know, when I worshipped you, anyone against you wasn't worth the space that they took up, and I was just as much of a waste, but in my mind, at least I could dispose of them for you. I deluded myself into believing all of it was a favor to you instead of a burden. I mean, I killed people you had never even met or asked me to, and I didn't even feel like I had to justify it, you know, to myself. I'm saying all this to get to a point. It's just hard for me to pull words from my heart to my mouth, you know?
Doing a really good job with it.
Thanks. You know, I just want to be honest with you. Something that maybe you don't know fully, even if you've maybe made your assumptions. One of the few concrete truths in my life for a long time is that I was am in love with you. I love you, and I know that you care, and how much you've sacrificed for me, and in many ways you know me better than anyone else, and I know all of that. And in a perfect world, I just wouldn't have told you any of this and gotten over it myself, but you know, there's that nagging voice where it's like, sometimes you have to get something off your chest to be able to continue forward. I know I'm not subtle in my actions, and you know, there was a part of you that knew, but I just wanted to tell you that those feelings are genuine, and my belief in you has never wavered, even when it did for you. But I want to move on because I think you deserve better, because you deserve to be seen for who you're becoming now, and I see that, but I still need to move past my feelings for who you were back then, and I know that's not you now, and I feel horrible for even positively reminiscing on such a bad time for you. You know, I've only really adapted to those around me, but you've grown, and I've seen it happen in front of my eyes, and I don't expect you to say or do anything, and most of all, I don't want you to feel like you have to walk on eggshells because of the way that I feel. You know, these feelings are my cross to bear, and I'll get over them. I'm grateful to have known you well enough to have felt what I feel. You know, you've shown me that despite everything that I am, that I do still know how to love people, even if I don't worship them. And you mean so much more to me than romantic feelings could possibly encapsulate, and I really would follow you to the ends of the earth no matter what. But I'm sorry for treating you as two separate men, for missing parts of our past. I want to be there to support you for as long as I can. You know, I hope I'm still around to watch you go so far beyond me, and I envy your conscience, your ability to feel guilt and, you know, atone for your sins. I can't say that I feel the same way yet, but I figured, you know, telling you all this, freeing you from having to leash me, I guess, freeing myself from the influence of someone who hasn't actually controlled me for nearly a decade. I'm guilty of wanting to stay a victim of my circumstances when the only person left that I have to blame is myself. I really hope that you can forgive me. If I was kinder, I would have never put you in this position in the first place. My feelings should never be your burden, and I didn't want them to be. But I don't want you to feel, like, please don't feel guilty for giving me some of the best years of my life. And I hope my gratitude sounds sincere when I say thank you for showing me that people truly can come back from the things that they do. I hope I can find that in myself someday. Sorry if that was too much.
No. It was everything.
There's no obligation for you to say anything if you don't want to.
I have looked upon you so many times, Kai. Never before have I seen you like this. You are, in this moment, more than I have ever known you to be. I will accept everything you said as you said it. I appreciate your honesty. And I thank you for knowing that I thank you for the gift you're giving me in letting me find my own path, and I wish you every happiness on yours, Kai. I truly do. And I have never felt so assured that you will find happiness as I have been in this moment. I understand that you think I deserve better than you, but I have always known in my heart that I think that you deserved far better than me. And maybe both of us will find that the other gets what we want from them. I hope you find every happiness. And I hope your memories of the man I was and the joy that brought you, that you keep those, and that you find new things that make you happier. Prior is acting like he's not seeing Pascal out of the 3 eyes of nothing there. He's acting like it. He is trying so hard.
Kai has never maintained eye contact with Prior like this in his entire life.
That beady little green eyes staring into your free eyes, Prior.
Prior reaches out to offer his hand to Kai.
Kai will stare at it for a moment, and then very hesitantly and somewhat shakily, I assume, because he's putting a lot of effort into this whole eye contact thing, and take it.
Prior just holds it for a moment, and his skin, as always, is blisteringly warm. I believe, and do pardon me, it has been a long time since I read it, but think it went if I see but one smile on your lips when we meet, occasioned by this or any other exertion of mine, I shall need no other happiness. I wish to bring you joy, Kai. My feelings are unchanged. You are dear to me, and we will help each other make great things in this world. Anything that you need, you can rely on me for. And we will both heal and find everything we need if we rely on each other.
I am grateful that, despite knowing more, you still feel you can rely on me. That's all I've ever wanted.
I mean it when I say I have never met anyone like you, Kai. And that is a very, very rarely true thing for me to say. And he lets go of Kai's hand and says, if there is anything I can ever do for you, anything at all, or if what you need is, well, you'll know what's best for you.
Oh no, sorry, if you want to continue, please.
No. Prior stares at Kai's eyes, and there is just this twinkle of genuine admiration. It's like he's finally lifted a curtain over his gaze and can look at Kai like he looks at so many of the other managers, as someone who stands on their own, distinct from him, and that he can admire for all the things he can't do.
And it's an unfamiliar look from Prior to Kai, but Prior's been treating him differently for a little bit now, and every time before this has felt a lot of things, but wildly uncomfortable is the, I would say, overwhelming emotion. This doesn't feel bad. He thinks that it's something he could get used to. Yeah, I thank you for everything. I hope that I've made it clear that all I want for you is for you to be happy. And I'll get there for myself eventually too. I believe that
I'm glad we finally understand each other.
I believe that emotions, relationships ebb and flow, but I appreciate you sticking with me through those currents. I don't think Kai has much more to say. It's probably all hitting him right now that he just said everything that he did. And the eye contact is becoming a lot harder to manage now that it's all out there.
I'm glad. I'm so happy, Kai. Thank you for choosing to do this.
If it makes you happy, then I'm glad I did. I'm going to leave you to continue what you were doing. I say this with no hard feelings, but I feel that I am going to overheat and die if I stay right where I am.
Carl looks down at his hand like, oh, I didn't realize it was that warm. And then looks up at Kai, and he just smiles and says, sure, absolutely. And were you the one who taught Pascal to flip?
I don't know that Pascal has ever seen me do a flip, and I suppose I don't know who of us does flips. Or do you think
It's probably
maybe
Yuna.
If it is them, I think that would be a net positive.
I'm glad Yuna's been busy while we've been gone. Either way. Don't overheat and die.
Thanks. And Kai will nod and get out of the driver's seat and kinda walk off to go very chill and calmly brush the splinters off of one of the beds and bury his face into a pillow to scream, but like muffled enough that it hopefully does not travel all the way to the front.
Briar gets back to work on the engine.
And as you both do that, up on the roof, what is Merru getting up to?
Right. Yes. So, Merru, he's been keeping watch for a while. He's tried to calm himself down. He doesn't often blow up like that at people. He can get angry, but that was a genuine you know, kind of freaking out a bit. And so he's, you know, he's still frustrated as much as he's been trying to remember to practice mindfulness. He's been trying to repeat to himself, it's hard to be mindful right now. He's also pretty hungry. Cause like in a desperate attempt to save on resources this whole time they've been out here, he hasn't really been eating much. Kind of like only what he needs to. Like absolutely needs to keep himself going every day. And instead he's kind of been snacking on these really cheap hard candies as much as he can to kind of curb his appetite. It's a habit he picked up as, you know, an agent in L Corp. He's barely eaten much of anything today in particular, but he's trying to ignore that. That may partially be why he had been more on edge. But it's fine. You know, he's able to kind of sit around for a bit. Before he, I mean, I'm not gonna say he doesn't snap or anything like that, but he kind of comes to a sort of conclusion in his mind about the situation. He wasn't a big fan of Pryor's words of "we'll figure it out." He doesn't like something that's so open-ended. And he kind of starts quietly talking to himself as he normally does when he's annoyed. Because like usually in L Corp he'd complain up to either his team captain Kit or frankly to Derfratius' unit when he'd go do work there. But he's fine talking to the air too. He's done that plenty of times. And so he just harshly sighs and he goes, "I can't believe those guys. What part of the seriousness of the situation do they not really get? They never properly listen, no matter how much I try. Now I'm suffering for it." And he sighs again before sitting back a bit more, and he changed his sitting position to being a bit crisscross. And he reaches underneath his jacket and he pulls out a fancy looking necklace of sorts, one that he had been keeping on his person from one of the bodies that he looted in District 12's Fallen Nest. And he stares at it for a bit and kind of narrows his eyes from behind Justicia, and he just goes, "Well, I mean, I did prepare for this, didn't I? I had a feeling I'd need to sell it. The others won't be competent enough to figure out how we're actually supposed to get more money to feed their sorry asses. I simply will do it myself. Just like when my agents didn't want to listen back at work. I can do that alone." And he's decided what he has to do. He doesn't want to have to go out alone to get, you know, to sell this necklace and get the money, but in his mind, it really is the only option. And he is under the impression that in a worst case scenario, he is fine. He finds that he's always done better when he's by himself, and frankly, the only reason why the she assassins had even gotten the drop on him the last time was because he was too focused on the others. So when he's by himself, he is not particularly worried about the assassins. He's handled them every other time just fine. So he is going to quietly, because he's not going to just leave with the hatch to get to the roof easily able to be opened by potential threats, so he'll make sure to lock it. And he has decided that he is gonna go sell this necklace. The others don't need to know, because him knowing would only make the situation worse. So if he may, he'll go off.
Absolutely. So, Merru, you go off. I won't even make you roll because your dex and stealth, if you take half on that, I think, even if that's just a 2, I don't think any of the others have a high enough wits awareness. Yeah, they don't. The rest of this RV is completely clueless. They can't take half and get 2.
Right.
I don't think a single one of them can when I'm looking at all their sheets right now. So you are absolutely able to make it out into the streets of J Corp without being noticed.
All right. Well, I suppose is Merru able to find a pawn shop of sorts to go sell his
Yes.
necklace at?
Absolutely. I won't make you roll for that.
Thank you.
Also, because there are plenty of pawn shops around, it isn't hard to pick one out.
All right. Well, that's where Merru's going to go. He's going to go to whatever one seems best.
All right. Merru, you're able to enter into one of the pawn shops. Do you hand, there's just a man at the counter there. Do you hand the necklace over to them to appraise?
Absolutely, yeah. Merru doesn't, he's never really done this that often, but he hopes it's a simple process.
The man takes the necklace, looks it over, and says, this is a nice piece of jewelry you got here.
Well, how much would you do for it?
I'd say about 300,000.
Merru, he stares at it, thinking, briefly wondering if he should try his luck at another place, not because he knows the actual value of this necklace or not, but he knows he's desperate, so he can't really afford to potentially get a lower price, and so he'll just simply nod and say, "That works. That works more than enough. Yes, thank you. I can do that."
The man grins, takes the necklace, and hands you over 300,000 on.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Pleasure doing business. And Merru, do you want to make me a wits insight as you're leaving?
So you mean a wits roll, because I have no insight.
Yes. Would you like to make a wits roll?
Yeah. Is there a DC?
It's just a DC 3.
Oh, okay. Well, I have 3 wits. Oh, whoa! Okay.
You can see as you're leaving, there seems to be almost a glint in this man's eyes. You have a feeling that you don't know much about the corpse you looted it from or what's up with that necklace, but you have a feeling it may have been worth more than you got it for.
Always trust your intuition. But, well, money's money. He needed on. So, having 300,000 more on is way better than nothing. So, that's alright. He will accept that he didn't get the best price. I mean, haggling was never his strong suit. And he will simply leave.
As you head out onto the street, you hear the familiar sounds of a scuffle coming from around the corner.
Merru, he considers just kind of ignoring it because it's none of his business, frankly. He's known from his own time in the back streets that you really don't need to get involved in other people's fights, unless you know that you can win them on your own. But he did remember that he did just get like a really nice necklace, or not just get it, but he did get a really nice necklace from looting a body. It could be good to see if there's anything else he can potentially find. But before he goes, he pauses for a moment, and he doesn't mind again talking to the air because he doesn't care if people look at him weird. And he just goes, you know, Freyschütz, I really hope you're still not mad at me. Because I swear on the name of every wing in this stupid city, if I get into trouble and you don't show up, we're gonna have a problem.
You don't hear a response, but you can feel a heavy presence.
Well, presence is more than enough. Merru understands relatively what that means. I think he's under the impression that Der Freyschütz is aware that Merru understands what had happened between the two of them earlier. And he will go investigate the scuffle that he heard.
When you look around at what's going on, you can see there is two men. One of them is standing over the other, beating them bloody with their weapon. You see the person that they're beating up is crawling away and essentially trying to run. And the person that's doing the beating, the one standing right here, his face is covered. He has a hoodie pulled up. And even if you can't see much of the face, you can see that glee in his eyes. Not unlike certain looks that I imagine you used to be given back on the back streets.
Yup. Merru has, he's definitely been there. Not in the place of the person who's crawling away. And he narrows his eyes and just, under his breath, just goes, fucking scum. He's... He feels like maybe somebody like the person, this hooligan here, may potentially have taken something of their own, and maybe if he can pickpocket them or, rob them in a way, maybe he can see what they have. But he probably wants to wait for the fighting. As much as he feels sort of badly for the person getting hurt, he's not going to step in and stop them. He's simply going to wait for the hooligan to kind of cool down a bit. If that is all right.
Yes, you watch as he kicks a bit more at the person on the ground, leans down, takes something out of their pocket. It looks like a wallet of sorts. And then just kicks their body again. They're not moving. It doesn't necessarily look like, I don't know if from where Merru is. Actually, Merru probably can recognize, especially having worked in L Corp and been on the back streets before, when someone stopped moving for good. It looks as if this person is still breathing, but they're not in a state to be going anywhere. And the hooligan starts to leaving this person just alone, and going toward the end of the alleyway, a bit farther away. do you start to follow them?
I do.
They end up leaning against one of the walls and taking a smoke, or going to take one. You can see this rat right here. It's struggling a bit with their lighter as it looks to be broken. And you can hear them cursing under their breath. Stupid fucking thing.
Well, that's perfect. Merru, using the smarts that he's made for, he gets an idea. Now, he never really uses it. Not that he's never used it. He doesn't really use it that often. But in his pocket lies something very important. Is the magic bullet ego gift. The pipe that der Freyschütz gave him so long ago. And it usually rests comfortably in his pocket. He doesn't usually light it. Or use it, I should say. You don't have to light it. But this time with his idea, he reaches in his pocket and takes the ego gift out and stares at it for a second. He's not planning on giving this away. But if he can make this other person agree to use it, then maybe something can be done there. Merru doesn't. He's not looking for a big fight or anything like that. He's just looking to rob the guy. So he will, after getting this idea, he will decide to walk over to the guy and attempt to, as the least awkwardly as possible, try to strike up a conversation. And he'll just say, sucks when your lighter breaks, huh? I've been there.
The rat jolts when he hears you approaching and instantly gets into a fighting stance of sorts and says, "What's it to you?"
Oh, I mean, and he's really bad at this, but he tries to come up with a something to say, and he goes, "I just noticed that you seemed like you needed a light. Figured I have something here." He's trying so hard. And he shows the cigar to the rat, and he says, "Would you believe me if I told you that you'd never need to buy a lighter again or a cigarette again if you had one of these?"
That sounds like a load of bull.
Really? Care to try?
Hmm.
You look like you need a light. Real bad. Seem stressed?
He does creep closer to you, looks at his broken one, looks at what you're offering him and how fancy it looks. Fine, give it here. I'm not paying you for it.
That's fine. Here, try it out. It's like magic.
He takes the lighter, or rather the pipe, I should say. He tosses the lighter to the side, just on the ground. Takes the pipe and puts it to his mouth. But before he can do much, he just starts choking on the smoke. What is this?
Cigar.
And Merru,
Ah.
you know what it's like when Derfratius does black damage. You've had that done to you
Mhm.
many times before.
Yes, many times. I think this is the perfect moment for Merru to say strike. But the guy he had the wallet in his pocket, but I would imagine he's not holding it anymore. It's not gonna be that easy to just take the wallet. Right?
No.
Right.
He's
So
pocketed it himself, and you have a feeling it's probably inside one of his inner pockets.
yeah. And when Merru realizes that, he also realizes that by going at the guy, he is absolutely asking for a fight that he does not want. He's a little rusty. It's been a little while since he's actively tried to rob somebody. Especially somebody who's just who's hunched over kind of, but not, not dead, frankly. So all he can think about in this moment now is that he better finish this fight before it properly starts. Because Merru, he's not tall or big or strong. And if he gives someone who's bigger and stronger than him a chance to get back on their feet, then Merru probably can't win that fight unless he fires his ego. And he does not want to catch the attention of anybody else right now. Because believe it or not, he does not like to fire magic bullet unless he has to. So, in what might be a bad choice, but is a desperate one all the same, he does something that he hasn't done in a long time, probably not since his days in District 23. He rams into the man with his shoulder, knowing that he doesn't need to be like the strongest if he can hit the guy when he's already kind of off balance, like off kilter and all that. And I would say, would the man be able to, would he fall from that?
I would say he would. I would say, given he's currently hacking his lungs up, affected by the smoke of Magic Bullet's ego gift, you're
Yes.
able to in this moment. I won't require a roll.
Okay, thank you. And I think at that point, Merru his plan kind of goes out the window. And he, as the man falls, Merru kind of follows after him. And maybe you could say possibly Derfratius' influence, potentially just Merru falling back on his backstreets instincts, but his face that's hidden behind all of his masks, and then his mind and his heart kind of forcibly kind of go blank as he pulls out something that he had sneaked out of the RV. He's been doing this for the past few days. He's been keeping one of the kitchen knives on him just in the event that something happened that he needed it, because he likes to be prepared for anything. And so he takes that out. And it's meant for cooking. It's pretty sharp. And he has one last thought that he needs to end this now. And then he simply stops thinking, as he slices the kitchen knife along the man's throat, probably breaking through that cloth that's covering his face. And then he also he has simply, like I said, stopped thinking, because then he takes the knife and he drives it into the man's torso, and then yanks it out and does it one more time.
Those choking coughs turn to gurgles. And you can see that cloth having slipped, the shock and the anger in this man's eyes. But he can't. He opens his mouth to try to say something, and all that comes out is those gasps of blood and the smoke still pouring from his mouth.
Merru, he frankly, he one more time drives that knife into the man's body, and I think after that, he knows that there's not much left for this man, and he will simply blankly watch the light eventually leave his eyes. So I don't think there's any coming back from that.
There is not. You watch this man fall to the ground. Crumpling.
Merru, he stares at the man's body, and at this point is following purely on instinct. As he goes to loot the body like he would any other body that he finds. And even, you know, as his eyes kind of grow unfocused as he does so, again, relying purely on instinct here, until he can find the man's wallet, and will immediately search through it to see if the man has anything on him that could be of use. Anything.
You search through the wallet. It looks like the person he robbed from and this man himself, neither of them have very much money at all. You maybe find like a couple thousand on at most.
That's okay. Merru stares down at the body after looting it. His eye kind of twitches with annoyance, and he pulls up Justicia actually, just to make sure he's seeing this correctly. And as he's still, you know, kind of kneeled over the body, he counts through his bills that he's made tonight, ignoring how a little bit of the blood that's on his hand now gets onto the bills. Not much, but just a little bit. And he sighs in frustration, and he goes, "Shit, this money, it won't last. It's not enough. Is that all you really had? I have people to feed, damn it. Maybe I could find a way to harvest you. No. I don't know these streets well enough. I wouldn't know where to go in time. That won't work. Damn it. What do I..." And Merru, he continues to murmur to himself, feeling quite desperate now, until he pauses and stares wide-eyed down at the body. And his stomach growls. And when he opens his mouth to say his next thoughts aloud, he speaks in a manner he really hasn't in years. When he suddenly says, it'd be a waste. Really. The sweepers will dispose of him soon anyway, huh? It'd be a waste of ingredients. No, that's bad. I shouldn't think like that. I'm not living like that anymore. I'm not, but and he looks down at the money again. He goes, every on counts, right? If I can save even some, that's one more meal we don't have to pay for. Wings know the others. Like, who knows if they'll cut any corners like I would. So, really, I can't waste the opportunity. I can't waste it. No one needs to know. By myself. Freyshoots won't care. And I think he will pull the Can you take the guy's jacket and like aside?
He can.
Okay.
There's no resistance.
Yeah. And almost shakily, he will take the bloodied knife, and this time when he stabs at the guy, he cuts out a bit of it, not a large piece, but enough. He's done this before. When you're starving and you have nowhere to go and nothing to eat and no money to spend, and you're, you need to get something in your system, especially from District 23. You'll eat just about anything. And he's not thinking. He's kind of, in his mind, he's back in District 23. And slowly we'll take that piece of meat. Because that's all this person is right now, is a large piece of meat. And will, frankly, he will eat it. He will eat it. And he's able to chew it and swallow it, but I think the act of doing so, sort of something in the back of his mind kind of clicks, and he coughs a bit and he goes, "Fuck! Why is this so hard? He's dead. He's just like a slaughtered animal. That's it. Doesn't matter. My hand was forced, just like always. But and I do have to ask, are Merru's augmented prosthetics able to pick up on anything?
Would you like me to make a wits awareness check?
What would the DC be?
I would say it would only be a... You know what? I would probably say a DC 3.
DC 3. If my wits awareness is a 7, is this a situation where I can take half?
You may. You can take half for free.
Perfect. I would rather do that.
All right, so you can feel your horns, augmented horns, sparking. You don't see anyone around in this alleyway with you. Only you and this man. You don't see any... There's cameras all over J Corp, but you don't see any in this particular area, and you're not sure they necessarily care about the violence that goes on. As you know, the wings often don't.
Right.
You don't sense anyone coming nearby, but even so, you can still feel your horns continuing to spark and that panic rushing through you.
Yes. Yeah, no, Merru, he does not want to be caught like this, even if there's potentially no one really coming or caring. He does not want to be caught like this. And so I think just before Merru can properly retch at his spiraling thoughts, he feels those senses from his augmented horns send him a bit of a shock from the signal they keep sending to his brain. And so whatever other piece of meat he has in his hand, he quickly shoves it in his mouth and eats it. And then he instinctively wipes a bit at his face, only to realize that he accidentally just smeared blood all over his mask and whatever part of his cheeks that he touched. He can't leave like that. He rips off the face mask, and lets it fall on the ground, and he frantically looks for something to clean up, at least, his hands and his face, whatever he can. I would say probably the only thing he probably could find is probably like a I hate to say it, but like a puddle or something.
You're able to find one. You can probably find
Yeah.
I imagine there are puddles. There's probably runoff water, especially in this part of the back streets. And I imagine you're used to, before coming to L Corp, used to having to find creative ways to get clean.
Yes. In his worst moments on the back streets, he absolutely had to. So I think he, without even thinking about how low that feels, he will go over to the puddle and will wipe off his hands and rub at his face. And I think when the ripples from him doing so kind of calm down, he's able to kind of see his reflection. And the first thought that he has now is that he wonders what the others would think if they saw him like this. And I think he properly now really feels just like he's back at home, like a proper piece of trash on the street. And that makes him kind of jump to his feet, realize what he just did. And he shakily lets out a sigh and just remembers that he needs to pick up the magic bullet gift. He can't leave that. And with a shaking hand, probably goes and picks it up. And I think in a moment of wanting to calm down, he probably puts the cigar to his mouth and inhales some of the smoke himself, which I would imagine he can handle.
Yes, you don't take any black damage from this. It feels comforting, almost.
Yeah, it does in a horrible way, and Merru hates it, but it's fine. This is what their friendship is here for. They are both getting what they want right now. And I think at this point Merru knows that he can't be out much longer. He doesn't really know exactly what time it is. He knows the sweepers will be here eventually. And he looks down at the body one more time that he's stabbed and chewed up a bit. He doesn't think he can take another bite. Normally he would be able to, but there's something stopping him now. And I think at this point he turns and tries to hurry back. Hopefully he can keep himself composed by the time he gets back so he can properly explain himself and how he got this money for the others. So that's what Merru does.
I won't make you roll to make it back. You're able to return to the RV. I imagine at this point, the others are all likely handling things that they need to do. I don't know if Merru just slips in.
Yeah, I mean, I would say he locked the hatch to the top of the RV, so he can't go in that way. So he has to go in through the front door, which is probably a little awkward. Because why didn't he just go through the top? But that's fine. He's not actually particularly worried about anybody noticing him coming in. Because I mean, they're gonna know that he got more money somehow, you know. So he really doesn't care. So I think he doesn't like, he's not loudly announcing himself, but he's also not trying to like be sneaky when he comes in.
And the rest of you, I imagine you all see Merru come in. Or at least if you're all doing your own things, at some point you all notice that he's returned.
I think Kai's mainly just surprised that Merru, you know, he didn't know he was gone. At least I don't think anyone knew he was gone. It was like, oh, Merru was on the roof, and then he came in through the front door, and he was like, huh.
Yeah.
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 Prior has his head still buried in the engine, and he pops out when he hears the door open, and he just nods to Merru.
Mix
Are
is
you
not
all
paying
right?
attention.
Sorry,
wait.
Prior raises his voice and says, "You're all right, Merru."
Am I all right?
Yes. Did you fall off the roof?
Oh. No. And as Merru was heading back, he had been thinking about what he would say. He knows he's not really super good at lying necessarily. So he decides that the best thing to do is simply to just be outright, because again, they're gonna find out eventually, might as well be now. And he goes, "No, I solved our problem temporarily."
Prior takes off his gloves and steps into the back of the RV and waits and listens.
I got us money.
Wait, Merru, did you go out into J Corp?
Yes. I found a necklace when we were heading to K Corp from a body that I looted. Kept it on me in case we needed it, because I figured we would. I was right, of course. Figured now was a better time than ever. Go sell it. So I did.
Prior so clearly wants to talk, like, at Merru, but somehow his mouth opens, and rather than a chiding tone coming out, he says, "I would have preferred had you let us know. If we had gone to the roof and saw you missing, we would have assumed the she had gotten to you."
That if I told any of you, you wouldn't have let me go. And I couldn't go with you, because that causes problems.
As we've established, you follow me willingly. I have no right to tell you what you can and can't do, Merru. It's fine, but please think about just letting us know. I'm glad you solved the money issue. I'm sure that must be a massive stress off your shoulders and all of our shoulders.
Right.
And Prior looks towards Mix and Kai like a, come on, let's encourage Merru a little bit. He needs it.
I was gonna say that Merru, I think at this point, he pulls the money that he made out of his pocket, and he goes, "See,
Oh.
it's a decent bit."
I am very glad that you found a way to make some money that didn't cause you any trouble. Thank you. You are appreciated.
Merru kind of stares at Kai for a couple extra seconds than he normally does. And he just goes, right, yes,
Hmm. Kai doesn't push, at least in front of three other people.
Crier nods his head and clasps his hands and goes, "Well, I've done enough patchwork repairs to the RV that it shouldn't give us any trouble throughout the night. I've drawn all the curtains, dropped the barriers, thankfully. They're all secured, so we shouldn't have any trouble now that night has fallen. Let's...
Good.
Yes. I'm glad it all worked out, Merru. I suppose it would be best if I leave it at that.
Right.
Managers, I think I am going to turn in for the night then.
All right. I'll make sure not to wake you up.
I will do my part and swallow my appetite if I do.
Good.
Managers, Kai, Yuna, Pascal, tearful thing. And Prior bids them all a good night, takes off his ego gear, places it in the cabinet, and goes to sleep in his work clothes as he often does.
Miix, having not said anything the entire time, just stands up. They look at Merru for a moment. They don't say anything. And they just move towards beds and leave.
That went better than Merru expected.
If Miix looks at Merru, and if their eyes meet, I will say Merru does see a tired acceptance. Just, it is what it is.
Merru won't give that much thought.
Yuna doesn't say anything and just kind of shuffles nervously, mumbling about getting some rest.
Merru will let them go without a worry.
Kai is a night owl, so I don't think he's going to bed yet. If there's nothing else happening, he might rip a page out of a notebook and, like, just, like, keep himself occupied playing tic-tac-toe by himself on the kitchen table.
I think Merru, he simply just goes back to his quote-unquote room, and by that I mean the bathroom. And he's in there for a little bit, but if Kai's still up, he can eventually kind of hear the bathroom door click open again. And with very quiet footsteps, suddenly Merru is back over where Kai is. And he doesn't necessarily say anything at first, but he kind of just approaches. And
Kai.
Oh, no, I was gonna say it looks like he wants to say something. His Justicia is up now. It's still up over. You can see his eyes. It's kind of raising up his bangs a little bit, and his mask has been gone the whole time, so you can see his full face for once.
Yeah, Kai probably perked up when he heard the bathroom door open, but didn't turn to Merru until he heard the footsteps get closer. He... I think is, I mean, he's surprised to see Merru's full face, but it's nothing too unexpected, because he's seen,
Yeah.
one of his eyes. Like,
I mean, Meru's shown his face before.
that is
So
true.
it's not like it's the first time. It's just he normally has something covered up, whether it's the lower half of his face or the upper half of his face.
Yeah. A slight surprise, but nothing,
Yeah.
not a strong reaction. Merru, was there... I hate to bring it up. Did something go bad? You just seemed... I don't know, I felt like there was like you gave me a look earlier. I just didn't want to, say anything in front of the others.
Meru kind of continues to stare at Kai for a few more seconds. And then he glances away and opens his mouth to say something, but closes it again, and his eyes narrow a bit before he says, perhaps there was a scuffle on the way back.
You're not being followed, though, are you?
No,
Okay.
It wasn't the she or anything like that. If it was the she, I simply would have said something. Or ideally would have killed them. But, no one's following me. And it's pretty clear. I mean, Kai's got some insight. I think it's pretty clear that Merru, he's trying to force some words out of his mouth and is really struggling with it. And he keeps his eyes keep kind of flitting over to where the direction where everyone else is sleeping.
Would it help if we went somewhere more... I mean, it's not like we can really go outside, but somewhere further from where everyone else is, if this is one-on-one conversation?
Yeah, yes.
Kai will nod, and if there's somewhere in particular that Merru is thinking, he will follow him there.
I don't know where the most... I mean, it's probably the spot that everyone's been going when they need a private one-on-one moment inside. Is that over near the front?
We were sitting in the driver passenger seat.
Yeah, so maybe they're not like sitting there necessarily, but like over in that direction.
Mm-mm.
And Merru, he keeps adjusting the collar of his magic bullet jacket, because he hasn't taken it off. Like, he has not gotten ready for bed at all. And he kind of shuffles from one foot to another a couple times, and then he goes, we're friends.
We are, yeah.
Yes. And I don't... It's been a while since I've had friends. That sounds lame, but it's true.
I don't think that's lame, Merru.
It is. No, it's okay. It is lame. That's not the point. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to remember how to be one. So you are my friend, and when things were happening with you talked to me.
Mhm.
So when things happen to me, and he is very clearly forcing every single word out at this point. He goes, I should talk to you.
It would mean a lot to me if you were comfortable with that, yes.
Right. Right. I feel bad. Sorry, I didn't explain. I know you lived in my district for a bit.
Yeah, for a good couple years.
Yes.
Hmm.
You know, you would know what the streets of flavor mean.
Hmm.
Yes. And the culture?
Yes, I was pretty familiar. Yeah.
Yes. And there's a bit of a long pause where Merru's looking at anything besides Kai. And then when he finally is able to lift his head again and look Kai in the eye, he goes, I was justified. I was just trying to get extra money. I don't care what others say. I think that bad men who have no interest in changing deserve what's coming to them, you know? But I still kind of feel gross. I don't know why. I was hungry. And desperate. I don't feel guilty about that. But I just wanted to rob the guy, but it was difficult, and I don't like killing people. I really don't, despite everything.
Hmm.
I mean, we saw what happened when I don't hurt people. Earlier we saw that, and I'm normally fine with that. Like I can do bad things so other people don't have to. It's fine. It really doesn't bother me. Often. Because I know it's not like my fault, you know? It's not my fault. I'm simply doing the role that Miss Ange forced me into when she gave me this gear. And I'm good at it, even if I hate it. But what I'm trying to say.
Kai's not going to interrupt Merru, but I don't know how touch-averse he is if Kai, I don't want to say puts a hand on his shoulder, that feels a bit prior-y, but like leans into Merru a bit, like bumps his shoulder with his, just to like encourage him to keep going.
I think Merru kind of, he jolts a little bit. He wasn't expecting it. But he stares at Kai a little more. His eyes kind of widen a bit, and then he goes, I figured the guy didn't have much money on him when I got to his wallet, and it felt like a waste. We need money, and the money I got from selling that necklace wasn't nearly enough to cover what we're going to need. I'm sure. And I figured every on counts, you know? And if I could do something that would make us have a little bit more money so you guys can all eat for a little longer, then I'll do it. You know? You know what I mean?
I do.
It's nothing that, it's not like I've never done it before. Yuna was right, which is why I kept getting mad, because they were right. It's not something I actively want to partake in. It's just something I used to do when I was hungry and by myself. But the point is, it was weird because I didn't feel guilty, but I also felt bad. Because I started thinking too much. I don't like to think, but I started thinking too much, and it kind of made my brain hurt, and then I felt sick. And I had to leave, and maybe that's just because it's been years since I indulged in the I don't know the word, the ways of where I'm from. But I mean, even then, most people at least cook their ingredients, and I ate them raw. But I don't really know what happened, but I just kind of felt gross about it. Which I normally don't let myself feel. And the others, I don't think they take well to finding out. I mean, Yuna might actually die if they find out. And Miix, I don't know what they would think. I would imagine somebody with their experiences would probably be grossed out, and maybe I don't know. And Mr. Pryor's gonna, well, I mean, you know how he is. And I wish I didn't do it, even if it was necessary. And I feel bad that I did it. And I can't sleep.
I genuinely feel so bad for Merru. I don't think that our circumstances that force us to do bad things, I think you're a good person, Merru. I genuinely, honestly do. And I don't think that this is what you want to hear, but I am sorry that all of us put you into circumstances where you felt that that was what you had to put yourself through, because I know that you don't want to do those things. We all will, but you know, I can only really assure you, for me, I will make a conscious effort to find ways to make some money so you don't have to resort to anything again. But you are okay. I understand why you don't want to tell the others, and I will take this to the grave if that's what you desire. And I completely understand why that is what you would wish. I just want you to feel as little guilt as possible about it, because even if it felt bad and did not feel necessary, you just did your best with what you could,
Right.
and people mess up.
I don't feel like I messed up. I just feel bad that it happened.
I
And
see.
I and he pauses again and he just goes, I feel bad that I have to yell to get everyone to listen. It's not you, though. I'm not mad at you. I'm fine doing things that are not the most savory. I don't know. I haven't really felt this much before. Well, in a while. I just thought if it helped you, maybe it would help me. That's all.
I apologize for not having all the right words, but I am very touched that you would trust me regardless. I hope that you get some relief from confiding. And I do hope you can sleep tonight.
I probably won't really. I don't really sleep much. Like, in general. But it's fine. I am trying to think of the words I'm supposed to say to you. Thank you. Perhaps I've been... I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a solution to something that doesn't need a solution, I think. Or maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe I should, if you let me talk, I'll keep talking. I shouldn't, though.
You shouldn't?
No, because I don't really know what else to say.
Kai nods in understanding. Oh, but if you're continuing, then continue.
No. He's a little slightly embarrassed now. He's like, I am glad that you were willing to talk to me. I think it's good to have someone who is willing to talk to me. I don't think I could have this kind of conversation with any of the others. It's just you.
I smiles and says, I'm really grateful to be your friend, Merru. It really does mean a lot.
Merru slowly nods his head. A bit of a strange expression on his face. And he says, I hopefully our situation, like as a whole situation, does not get worse. I don't want it to. So hopefully this is the worst it gets, and hopefully we complete our mission and we find that Golden Bough or whatever, and we bring it back to Miss Ange and everything's complete, and then we're done. That's the ideal. And hopefully, what I did tonight helps us get to that point.
Mhm.
Right. Thank you. I am going back to the bathroom.
If Merru doesn't skitter off immediately, which is totally fine if he does. Kai doesn't have to say anything else.
No, he probably goes to and then remembers when him and Kai had the conversation. Then Kai left and Merru was like, "Man, is that how that feels when someone
Aw.
leaves?" And he kind of stops and he goes, "Sorry."
No, it's okay. I just wanted to say that I hope for the same, but I hope that even after everything, I can continue to be someone that you trust to be there for you. That's all.
Right. Likewise, Kai. Good night.
Good night.
And as quickly as he came over to talk to Kai, he leaves, and you can hear the bathroom door click shut again. And that's all Merru's getting up to tonight.
Yeah.
And Kai, do you head to bed soon after?
At the very least, Kai will lay in his bed soon after, yes. He really is a night owl, though, especially with all that he has to think about right now. It's not even a matter of, like, he'll be in bad condition tomorrow. Kai can function off of very little sleep. He's just going to have very little sleep. But yes, Kai will head to bed.
Kai, you lay awake in bed for a while longer, and for all of you, the night passes. And when you all wake, it is a new morning. And you all know you have a destination to get to.
Well, Merru always wakes up pretty early. So, I'm sure he's up doing his own, getting ready.
Remember, everyone, to heal your willpower.
Yes. All
Yay.
of you, be sure to heal your willpower. It's your composure or your resolve, whichever is highest.
Go.
Fantastic.
Pryor does, however, as he gets up and looks around, he's going to say, "Everyone feeling a little more well-rested today?"
Sure.
And the sheep probably are too. We don't have a lot of time to dilly-dally. The fixes I made to the engine, on top of the patchwork and the damages and everything else, means we're set to go as soon as we all have a chance to He nervously checks the window outside. All of his eyes dart around, and then he turns back towards everyone else. We're gonna have to pass through T Corp to get to U Corp. The plan for T Corp is, because we're traveling through the nest, we should be relatively safe. We stay on the road, we drive straight, we do not divert, we do not take detours, we do not do anything. We make it through as fast as we possibly can. All my time tax should have been well paid in advance. So, I will be fine. There will be a slight delay at the border as we get you all your timepieces. But if we move fast and efficiently, and with the thanks to Miix and Yuna's hacking, we should be able to pass through T Corp with no troubles whatsoever. Once we get to U Corp, I spent a considerable amount of time there. Especially in my youth, one could say. Wow, Pascal's getting better at that every day. Sorry. Prior shakes his head and goes, where was it? Where was I? U Corp, right. U Corp is... The laws of that place are different than other wings and their taboos. They don't need hunters to enforce them. They don't need police. The lakes claim the laws all on their own. It will be a difficult and dangerous journey. And there is almost no chance we're going to get out of it without at least one conflict with the middle. As one of the Five Fingers, they are a dangerous syndicate. Most well-defined by how deeply and enthusiastically they hold grudges and carry out vengeance. It is how their members advance in station. It is how the very organization runs. There is no slight against them that goes unforgiven unless it is between members. Hence why, for the duration of our time in U Corp, I highly recommend that I should take back on the title of Big Brother. I don't know if they're hunting me, but if I'm lucky and they're not, that might be the only way we can get out of this conflict without one of the major syndicates on our tail.
Yuna looks incredibly concerned at all of this. But just kind of ducks their head and says, if you're all coming into conflict with the middle, I'm not gonna be much help in any of that.
I don't expect you to be. As always, Yuna, your job will be to manage the RV and, of course, our special VIP guest. And he gestures towards the back of the RV. Unfortunately, Yuna, we're not going to be able to take you on the boat with us, so you're going to be stuck at the U Corp Luxury Resort while we're braving the waters of the lake. I hope that's agreeable with you.
Yuna looks relieved at that, honestly, but then looks a bit nervous and is like, I mean, it's agreeable. I'm a little... They catch themselves saying worried and instead say apprehensive about the four of you going off on your own.
Prior nods his head and says, duly noted. But Prior thinks about his words very carefully. You have unique talents that we cannot afford to lose, Yuna, and those talents do not suit you in combat. Our talents do. We are assigning you to the job where you're going to be the most successful and provide the most aid to us. We'll be counting on you to do your job, and you can count on us to do ours.
Yeah, I can do my job. I can do my job, and I guess I'll... And they kind of catch eyes with Miix and their gaze flickers to Merru for a moment before they look back at Prior and say, I put my trust in the four of you, managers.
We'll do our best not to disappoint you, Yuna.
Yuna just nods at that.
Prior flips through his papers for a moment and says, "Are there any questions about either U Corp or the middle? Because I am uniquely in a position to answer both, though I admit things might have changed since my last visit."
Nothing from me.
I don't know that I have questions, but Kai will turn to Miix, mostly just out of curiosity, because I mean they're the only one who should be, as far as he knows, completely unrelated to the middle, I guess, with no experience with them.
I'll learn as we go.
Duly noted. Contingencies it is. Sorry, Yuna. Prior does look up and say, his voice gets very serious. Have any of you ever encountered a big brother before? And Kai, for many reasons, you know I don't count.
I've really only heard about them. I've seen the middle a bit, but I don't really know if I've encountered a big brother.
The average big brother has considerable resources at their disposal. They exist as the leader of a unit. They will have a multitude of little siblings working under them, and they will manage operations ranging anywhere from a sector of a district to grander scales. They are a step below the great siblings. And let us hope we do not encounter them. The growth in power is exponential between layers of the middle's leadership, and a big brother alone. One rises in rank in the middle by fulfilling vengeances, and each vengeance one fulfills allows them the right to another tattoo. Each one of their tattoos is a strength-augmenting tattoo, unique and proprietary to the middle, a sort of, one could say, more effective version of the kind that you'll see people on the street wear. A big brother or big sister is one who has completed such a multitude of vengeances that their entire body weaves like a tapestry and strikes like a cement block. I have seen a number of big brothers and big sisters in my time, and I can promise you, in my current state, and all of us in ours, I would give us potential odds of being able to maybe survive an encounter with a big brother or big sister alone. If they are bringing the resources of their organization to bear against us, the simple fact is none of us can come back from the dead, and all they would need to do is strike down one of us, and the tide would turn in their favor. This will be a situation much like J Corp, where we want to avoid violence up until the moment that we have stacked the deck in our favor and violence is unavoidable. And if you come up with any questions, you can always ask me. I promise you, I understand the Syndicate very well.
Do any of the managers have any questions? Or anything they might add?
Kai's silent. I don't know if any of them.
Pryor sees that there's no obvious questions and he nods and says, "The only thing I'll add is that no plan survives getting punched in the face. And if they are anything like most of the big brothers I have seen, I assure you we all will get punched in the face." Miix. He tosses Miix the keys.
Miix takes them. Just curious as to why Pryor had the keys, but doesn't think too much about it, and then goes over and starts the RV.
You notice that Pryor had to replace, like, the key ignition because basically the whole engine was shot, so he just kind of rewired everything. It looks nice, but the key is now slightly different.
They will note that.
Yuna looks at all of you and looks very concerned and says, "Let's try to avoid getting punched in the face by any big brothers."
That would be ideal.
Pryor doesn't say anything but takes a seat and looks out the window of the RV as he so often does.
And, managers, as we begin to draw this session to a close, do any of you have any final thoughts and feelings?
You know what? Before we end the scene, can I briefly just have Merru attempt to go over to Yuna?
Yes.
I don't know how long Yuna will take Merru walking over to them, but he will try. I mean, he has, actually, no, I would say he would own more than one face mask. He has a fresh face mask on his face. And Justicia is back on, but he has it lifted up enough that you can see his prosthetic eye. And he will walk over to Yuna, and that anger and frustration from the night before is pretty much gone. He's back to looking pretty like blank and neutral like always.
Yuna doesn't run away when Merru approaches. They look incredibly nervous and are shaking a little, but they also remember what Miix said about being better to Merru and kind of take a deep breath, trying to prepare themselves.
And Merru, he'll just go, Yuna.
Yeah.
And he'll, reach into his pocket and when he holds his hand out, it's like in a palm up, but like close in a fist. And when he opens up his hand, there's a little, one of his little hard candies in there. And he goes, until we can stop and get more food, sometimes having a hard candy tides me over when I'm hungry.
Yuna looks at the hard candy. Yuna thinks about... they can feel the thoughts rising from their brain and to the tip of their tongue about saying something, expressing some concern about Merru's hunger, given where Merru's from. But they bite down on their tongue and stop themselves, remembering what Miix said and seeing Merru reaching out, especially after they did make a mess, and they say, thanks, I appreciate it, Merru.
And I think before Merru says anything, he kind of like turns his head a little, and I don't know. It's okay if Kai isn't in the area, but he kind of is looking to see if he can catch Kai's eye quickly, because he does feel a little awkward.
I mean, Kai's what the meeting was like at the like little kitchenette table thing, or like everyone was talking there. And you and Yuna are not too far from there, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, he can catch Kai's eye for sure.
Okay. And it's not like he's like looking for like a full on like you got this, Merru, but he just feels like he just quickly is kind of just like glancing at Kai to remind himself of their conversation from last night. And will then look back at Yuna and say, in the future, just let me do the things I'm good at, so you can focus on the things you're good at.
I shouldn't have tried to do that. I feel that I was used to having things under control. I'm not used to that. They take a deep breath, and then it kind of rushes out. They just say, I feel like I'm very bad at everything right now, but I will focus on the technology stuff that I can do, and I can focus on the tearful thing.
Merru blinks at them a few times and goes, yeah, no, you are good at those things. Yeah. Like in his mind, it was like he doesn't understand where this is coming from, because in his mind, Yuna is good at these things. So like, what? So he's just like, yeah, no, you are good at those things. But I don't know why I decided to come talk to you right now, but you can have that hard candy. I have others. That's my least favorite flavor. And Merru's eye narrows. You can't really tell if it's like with any sort of mirth or anything, but then he turns around and walks away.
Yuna just sighs, kind of grumbles, but pops the hard candy into their mouth. And what flavor is it, Merru?
It is. It's like one of those. I don't know if Merru knows exactly what flavor it is, but it's red. Like, is there some? They're like, it's like one of those like decently sized hard candies, or some that's like green or purple or yellow or orange. This one's red. So some kind of the flavor is red.
Cherry?
Maybe cherry. Probably cherry.
Maybe cherry is the most insane description of a hard candy flavor.
Mer doesn't know what cherry is. He's never seen one.
Didn't he make these?
Nuh-uh.
To
He
say.
made red.
Who is to say? That's not the important part. The important part is that it's red.
And it's his least favorite flavor. Regardless,
Yes.
however, Yuna doesn't hate the taste.
Well, there we go.
And do any of the other managers have any final thoughts or things they'd like to do?
If
Prior
Mer
does
looks
not.
back at... Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying prior does not. Please go ahead with what you actually have to say.
If Mer looked back at Kai again at the end of the conversation, Kai shot him a thumbs up.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, Merru, he Merru will see that awkwardly kind of look away, nod his head, and walk a little faster.
Love him.
And if that's all Kai has to say and do, is there anything Miix is thinking or has to do or say?
Man, is there anything Miix isn't thinking? They're just driving. They're hanging about a lot of things. About what's ahead, what they want, what everybody else is trying to do. They just feel overwhelmed, but they kind of just bottle it up and focus on driving.
And as you all head toward the border and towards the line there, as you're waiting to get in this time, from the back streets to the nest, there is a certain pair who has their eyes on you. Two very familiar she assassins. The younger, less experienced of the she, the one who had been hired by the loan shark, and seems to now be working alongside the older, more experienced one, says, "We shouldn't do this. That gear they have," Ego Youth said, "it keeps warding us at every turn, and you said she wants them alive. Why? Why even hire us then? Why can't we just kill them if I wasn't having to hold back?" The older of the two, their expression unchanged, she simply shakes her head. "That's why it's no longer just the two of us. I've called for reinforcements. We'll strike swift. Don't let them, this time, escape or beat us back. Each of us will strike for a different one to take them down in a single blow. I don't care if you kill them this time. Avoid their heads, and these should do the trick." And she produces from inside her pocket, you see some J Corp healing ampules. They should be here soon. It's best if we hit before they hit the border. No one should really care about a line of those from the back streets, but even so, let's avoid making a scene. There is a sudden sound. A figure descends, and a huge anchor swings toward the two she assassins before they can react, knocking them to their feet in a single blow before it returns to the figure's hand. This figure stands above them both. And the two she, even the one more experienced, their eyes widen as they recognize that uniform. The Hana Association has taken the bounty, and no other associations or offices are allowed to accept. Pull off the search. This is an order from above. J Corp's director will not be collecting on this bounty, and your contract is hereby terminated. The one younger she, there is a almost panic and surprise on their face, and they start to say the Hana, and the older, more experienced one pushes them behind and looks up at the figure. Their gazes meet, and there's something that she sees there. Is this really the Hana Association's will, or your own? The fixer from the Hana Association does not answer. You're one of the Hana Association's rising stars, aren't you? But stars burn out. The fixer walks past the two of them. Saying nothing. And the she sighs and says, crawling to their feet, badly injured but still alive, one of you has a friend in a very high place. The she leave for good. And the fixer looks down at the bounty in his hands, his gaze falling on one face in particular. There is a soft, fond smile on his lips, and a near obsession in his eyes as he gently, almost tenderly, folds the paper. Our dream can continue. Perhaps this time, the cycles will be broken. Wait for me. Soon, we will be together again. And with that, our session draws to a close. Thank you all so much for coming. This was so much fun. I hope you all enjoyed. And next week, is our beach episode.